I think the time has passed for time, right? Now I think, parents should be really outraged and saying, hey, we need to make some changes.
The state report card revealing an alarming reality about Baltimore City schools, why the CEO says these results are not surprising.
I am pissed off and I'm tired.
And plus, emotions flying high at city council hearings as members reject Faith Leach as city administrator. The back and forth that led one member to walk out of the chamber.
We're tracking rain showers and colder temperatures for your weekend. We'll break it all down for you with my Weather Authority forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good Friday morning to you. It is March 10th here, and we're at the end of your week. So let's start your weekend off right with a check of the forecast this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Colder temperatures and rain. That's how we're going to start our weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what we have to deal with here this morning. Not seeing any rain right now. In fact, as we look outside, everything is nice and calm at this time. However, we're going to see some changes coming over the next couple of hours. Let's show you the statewide temperatures, and numbers are in the 30s for Oakland and Cumberland out through Hagerstown, 37 in Westminster and Bel Air. We're actually at 40 in Baltimore City right now, when you can see some of those showers in parts of western Maryland and a few of those light snow showers for parts of Garrett and Allegheny County right now. But we are dry right along the Chesapeake and through central Maryland. So a chilly Friday morning, rain showers moving in and temperatures staying cool for the course of the weekend. Overall, your morning drive should be mainly dry for the next couple of hours. That rain not coming through until we get to about the middle part of the day. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
We begin with new video. The city of Annapolis releasing body camera footage in connection with the death of Renardo Green. It happened back in June of 2021. Now, we're not going to show you the video this morning. According to the 911 call, Green was under the influence and being destructive. The video shows first responders putting Green face down on a stretcher. Now, he died in the hospital 3 days later. In February, the state's attorney determined that Green's death was not criminal in nature. As a result of the review, the state's attorney will not seek nor request a law enforcement agency to seek any charges related to Green's death. The video can be found on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, the new Maryland State Report Card is out, and it is showing the Baltimore City school system is the lowest rated in the state. Every school given a rating from 1 to 5 stars, with 5 being the best. Baltimore City schools had 29 schools with 1-star ratings. The next lowest rated is Baltimore County schools, with just 5 schools rated 1 star. For parents of many city school children, this report card is difficult to digest.
It's quite alarming. We should have some type of urgency around fixing this issue.
We have to expect more from our city.
When the last report card was released 3 years ago, Baltimore City had 12 1-star schools.
We're saying that we're getting worse in these areas.
Quite frankly, the district is not doing a very good job of educating students.
After reviewing the report card, school CEO Sonia Santelises issued a statement saying, while the immediate results are not surprising, we strongly believe that we have strategies that, over time, will lead to enhanced student achievement.
For even the CEO of city schools to say it's not surprising that this has happened, it's quite alarming. I think that there is way too much money being dumped into the public school system when they're not giving the results that kids deserve to have.
The Baltimore School for Arts was the only 5-star school in the city. Turning now to the crisis in the city here, Fox 45 News continues to demand answers from city leaders after 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was shot and killed in the park. He was supposed to be in school. An Italian restaurant in downtown Baltimore held a fundraiser on Thursday for the family of Carter, the 6th Baltimore City student to be shot and killed this year. Forno's owner, Ricky Johnson, donating a portion of Thursday's dinner rush to Carter's loved ones, some of whom worked alongside him at the restaurant.
It's been tough. Everyone wants to help because we care about the family. I know it was special.
Now, this wasn't the only event to be held for Isaiah this week. On Tuesday, the community organized a vigil to honor his memory and mourn his loss. Many of those in attendance called for a change inside the school district.
There's hard issues, and we have a hard time talking about it, but it's time to start talking about it.
Now, many are now questioning why kids are able to leave school grounds during the school at all. The resident who lives just blocks away from Patterson High School says he catches students leaving campus during school hours daily. And yesterday, our reporter caught yet another student ditching class.
Excuse me, are you a student at Patterson?
Yes, he is.
Are you leaving in the middle of the day?
Yeah.
Fox 45 News questioned Baltimore City Schools about procedures in place for keeping kids in the classroom. They claim they do have cameras on campus, but admitted they are not pointed at the school's exit points. The school system sending us a statement saying, in part, quote, a group of students leaving campus before dismissal does not necessarily indicate wrongdoing. The actions each individual student must be considered which students are accused and which may not before appropriate action is taken.
We overwhelmingly voted in favor of a city administrator. And tonight, that office remains vacant because we have failed our constitutional duty to the citizens in the charter of this city. I am pissed off and I'm tired.
Continuing coverage this morning, emotions running high during a city council committee hearing on Mayor Brandon Scott's pick for the administrator. The majority of the committee voted not to confirm Faith Leach, who has been the acting city administrator since January. Council members grilled Leach on her role in the city government and why the position is necessary within City Hall. Councilman James Torrance walked out of that chamber during the vote. He and Councilwoman Odette Ramos were the only ones to vote to confirm Leach. They say the vote is not valid because Councilman Costello participated and voted virtually.
They change the rules when it suits them. I will personally be exploring whether or not we can get it back, okay? Because it is completely unfair to leave the city without the leadership of CAO Leach. I think she's highly well qualified to make this happen.
In my committee, we've had countless votes where people voted virtually, and this is no different. In addition to that, the majority of members present also voted against the nomination.
Fox 45 News reached out to the mayor's office for comment on this vote. We have not yet heard back. We'll be holding a news conference today at 10 o'clock, and we'll be there. That was not the only hearing the committee held, though. They also heard about the mayor's new Clean Corps program. It gives nearly $15 million to 6 different nonprofits working to clean up the city. Now, Baltimore City Council member Yitzi Scheifler says the extra funding overlaps with the city council.
Why in the world would, the administration give $15 million towards privatization of community groups to perform these functions and to hire people when that's exactly what we're trying to do?
Scheifler says the money should go to the Department of Public Works, a department already struggling to hire workers. Still ahead on the early edition, plans to make travel between the city and county easier. It's seeing some pushback, though, why critics say this proposal has no redeeming value. Plus, it's a rainy and cold day ahead of us. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if we'll see snow in our area. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
4:41 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast. Tracking our next weather maker. Still dry here for most of us. You can see a few of those light showers in parts of western Maryland at this time. But overall, our temperatures are mainly in the 30s, and they're going to stay on the chilly side of things through the course of the morning. As we head toward the afternoon, eventually we'll get some low to mid 40s. But overall, definitely a colder day today and a colder weekend as well. We'll take you through that weekend forecast coming up in a few.
Still ahead on the early edition, a proposal that would create more transportation between Baltimore City and the county. The topic for debate and why one critic argues it is a horrible idea. Plus, major renovations at the Gordon Center, a push to bring more opportunities to young people. And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. With all the talk about raising the debt ceiling, we're focusing on wasteful government spending. It is our Waste of the Week tomorrow on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Turning now to your session 2023 coverage, a state delegate is speaking out against a proposal to expand public transit between Baltimore City and Baltimore County. The MTA proposed 7 alternatives to expand transit between the north and south corridor, allowing riders to travel from the city to Towson-Lutherville area. There's a possibility of bus, light rail, or heavy rail transit, most using the busy York Road corridor. Opponents in Lutherville started a petition and have posted Save Suburbia signs in their yards.
The development proposals, the transportation proposals that would try to make this area more urban is not something that we really signed on for when we bought our houses.
Republican State Delegate Nino Maglione is calling this proposal a horrible idea with no redeeming value.
It will completely disrupt the integrity of the community and the neighborhoods, and it would disrupt the commerce of the local businesses. It changes the character of this region. in a manner that citizens do not want.
Mangione even introduced a bill that would require any transportation project that cost over a certain amount to be submitted for referendum, giving voters the chance to weigh in at the ballot box. Public feedback was solicited last year for this project, but Mangione says it's not enough when it comes to such a large project, and people deserve more of a voice.
Communities, I believe, deserve a voice in any major public transit project that's really going to disrupt their community. And public meetings are obviously important, but they're not enough. A significant indication of citizen opinion.
The state will eventually need to name one preferred route, but they still need to secure funding. And any plans and construction designs still 3 years out. We've reached out to the Maryland Department of Transportation for comment on the proposed legislation. We have not yet heard back. Trending this morning, Baltimore County businesses and government leaders unveil major renovations at the Gordon Center as the Jewish Community Center of Greater Baltimore. The Performing Arts Center has just added a new lobby and made other improvements to the facility. They will allow the center to host performances both inside and outside.
It really wasn't about new carpeting and paint. It was about trying to create an elevated experience for our community. Arts creates an opportunity for people to feel connected, to be inspired, and maybe when they're here at the Gordon, a little break from life's trials and tribulations.
Those renovations will open up more opportunities for youth arts and virtual cultural programming for adults. And I'm going to be programming my TV, my Netflix, maybe this weekend, meteorologist Justin Chambers, because it's cold this weekend, rainy, so...
Yeah, especially today. Today is going to be more of an inside day. Yeah, and we'll have the off and on showers throughout early tomorrow morning as well. But yeah, definitely the colder temperatures is what we're going to be talking about. So even though we've had the 50s kind of hanging around, yesterday real nice with less wind and temperatures that were in the mid-50s. Not going to see that, at least for the next couple of days, as we're trending a little bit colder into the weekend and through the first part of next week. Looking out over downtown Baltimore, dry conditions right now, not tracking any rain at this time, and Towson also looking good at this moment. Here's a look at your HD radar, and we're not seeing anything on the radar, at least here in central Maryland or in the Baltimore region. We are picking up a few of those light snow showers in parts of western Maryland. We still have winter weather advisories through 2 o'clock this afternoon for both Garrett and Allegheny counties, where we could see a little bit of some freezing rain and even some light snow. But overall, the system is kind of not doing much. You can see the bulk of that system is really over parts of Detroit, Chicago, the Great Lakes region. That's where they're getting hit with a pretty decent amount of snow, while we're just seeing a few of those light showers here and then rain showers further west and to the south as well. So all of that here with our HD radar, that's the next weather maker that we're tracking. As you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, mid to upper 30s, so definitely grab that warm beverage. Sun comes up at 6:26 this morning. Probably won't see much of the sun today, as we'll keep those clouds around and also keep those rain showers here that will be moving through. And in terms of our high temperatures, yeah, these are about all we're going to see. Low to mid 40s for Westminster and Bel Air out toward the eastern shore. 45 for you in Annapolis and Baltimore City. 42 in Columbia. Up and down the 95 corridor, all of us getting in on those 40s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., even 47 down the ocean there in Ocean City. So here's a look at our future scan. This takes you through the next couple of hours. Notice we do have a little bit of light blue there. May see a flake or two around the Maryland and PA border, but overall, it's mainly going to be that cold rain that stays with us. And this takes us through the later part of the morning into the afternoon. We'll see that southerly wind pick up, but overall, our numbers are going to stay only in the 40s. And then off and on rain showers through the later part of the afternoon. This is into tomorrow morning, where a few of those showers will clip parts of the area by about 6, 7 o'clock. And then all of that's out of here, quickly moving out by Saturday afternoon into the evening time. It will be a bit blustery through the day, but then that wind will start to die down. And Sunday doesn't look too bad, picking up some showers late Sunday into Monday of next week. Next Friday is St. Patrick's Day, so we're just 7 days out. And of course, our time change this weekend, that spring equinox, 10 days from right now. It's Monday, March 20th. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. Notice those numbers staying in the 40s throughout most of the weekend. We do get to the lower 50s on Monday, and we'll have some slightly warmer conditions by the time we get to the middle of next week. Taylor?
All right, let's go ahead and check your traffic here to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Your live cameras throughout the Baltimore region looking very clear this morning. No issues to report as you head out the door. Let's go ahead and check your mass transit, though. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning to you.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find no delays or issues. Looking good for the start out there on the Camden, Ted, and Brunswick lines of MARC train. Out there on Light Rail Link, still dealing with that service disruption between Falls Road and Timonium Fairgrounds. That's due to ongoing maintenance. Shuttle buses remain in place there, bridging the gap. Expect delays in your travels on Light Rail Link as a result of that. If your ride is Metro Subway Link, a good start there. No delays between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thanks, Mark. Coming up at 5 o'clock, members of City Council rejecting Faith Leach as the city administrator. Why critics are arguing against the mayor's pick. Plus, community members coming together following the death of a 16-year-old student. Why residents say school leadership needs to be more proactive in keeping kids in the classroom. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, lawmakers are demanding Mexican drug cartels be labeled as terrorist organizations. This comes after those 4 Americans were abducted and then 2 of them killed by members of a suspected cartel group in Mexico.
We're going to unleash the fury and might of the United States against these cartels. We're going to destroy their business model and their lifestyle because our national security and the security of the United States as a whole depends on us taking decisive action.
The designation as terrorist opens the door for the U.S. to prosecute any country suspected of helping the cartel. Senator Lindsey Graham even says the U.S. military could go into Mexico. He argues it could also stop the deadly flow of fentanyl into the U.S. Under previous presidents, Mexican officials have discouraged U.S. intervention in the drug war. Mexican officials claim the American deaths in Mexico were a case of mistaken identity. Top intelligence officials warned that China is getting bolder and better in cyberspace.
We see an increasing degree of risk-taking that they've undergone with regards to stealing our intellectual property, even increasing their influence operations. These are concerning efforts for us.
At a hearing about the top threats to the U.S., the intelligence chiefs say if China thought it was on the verge of a major conflict with the U.S., it would likely launch an aggressive cyber operation against the critical infrastructure and military assets. That includes oil and gas pipelines and rail systems. China has the largest hacking program in the world, and it already considered meddling in the 2022 midterm elections. If China were to strike the U.S. with a cyber attack, officials say it could impede decision-making, spark societal panic, and interfere with deploying U.S. forces. Now, did the FBI ever direct Twitter to remove posts? That's a question that one journalist is asking at a congressional hearing.
Yes. They directed Twitter to remove them, or they said these may violate your terms and services?
Yes. I think that's an accurate use of the word direct.
They said these may violate. You think that saying that these may violate your terms and conditions is the same as directing them to take an account down?
Yeah.
Michael Schellenberger testified along fellow reporter Matt Taibbi about their work on the files, which deal with several issues, but namely concerns about Twitter's suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop before the 2020 election. Following the war in Ukraine, Russia launching a massive aerial attack on Ukraine, hurling more than 80 missiles and drones at the Eastern European country. This happened yesterday morning. The 7-hour barrage devastated cities far from the front lines, killing at least 11 people. It happened in the western city of Lviv, where rescuers continue to dig through rubble in search of victims, and millions are without power after the attack that knocked nuclear reactors offline.
These strikes, while they were certainly massive, are very much of a piece of the kinds of brutalizing tactics that Mr. Putin has been visiting upon the Ukrainian people now for several months now, and in terms of hitting civilian infrastructure, targeting the kinds of facilities that the Ukrainians need just to subsist.
The large-scale attack also included the use of 6 hypersonic missiles, which eluded Ukraine's air defenses. The jet-fired missiles that have a longer range ability and the ability to attack from multiple directions. Russia says the strikes were in response to an attack last week in which Ukrainian forces allegedly crossed Russia's border and shot civilians. Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has no plans to visit Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told CNN he invited McCarthy to see the situation firsthand. However, when made aware of the invite, McCarthy indicated he will not make the trip. He told CNN that while he supports Ukraine, he does not support a blank check. There's opposition within the Republican Party over the United States' continued financial assistance in the country.
A fiery meeting ends with City Council voting not to confirm the new city administrator. Just ahead, the press conference that the mayor is now holding right here today.
Plus, the state report card revealing alarming details about the city school system. Calls from parents who say there needs to be more urgency among leaders.
Our temperatures are trending colder for the weekend. We're also tracking some rain showers as well. We'll break it all down for you in our forecast right here on the early edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you for joining us on this Friday, March 10th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. All right, let's get off with our forecast here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, how's our Friday shaping up?
Not too bad. We're going to have to deal with some rain showers here, especially later this morning and into the middle part of the afternoon. So off and on showers and colder temperatures. That's going to be the biggest thing here that we'll be talking about as we head into our weekend. But right now, everything is nice and dry and calm as we look out over downtown Baltimore from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Statewide, our temperatures mainly in the mid to upper 30s, even some lower 40s here for Baltimore and Annapolis, all the way down toward North Beach along the Chesapeake. And temperatures here with the rain that we're mainly seeing, but some light snow showers being picked up right there on our radar in western Maryland. But it's still not a lot, and we continue to stay dry here at home. So what we're talking about for our weather story, a chilly Friday morning, rain showers moving in, and then those temperatures staying cool into the weekend. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a little bit from right now.
We overwhelmingly voted in favor of a city administrator. And tonight, that office remains vacant because we have failed our constitutional duty to the citizens in the charter of this city. I am pissed off and I'm tired.
Continuing coverage and happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott will speak on the nomination of city administrator.
Well, last night, the majority of the city council committee voted to not confirm Faith Leach, who has been the acting city administrator since January.
Well, emotions were running high during that meeting. Some council members even walked out of the chambers.
Jen Lilly joining us live this morning in front of City Hall with what led up to the chaos and why some critics were questioning Leach's qualifications. Shannon.
And if this meeting is anything like last night, Tom, it's expected to be a fiery one. As the mayor addresses his pick for city administrator, they will be meeting right here at 10 a.m. for a press conference where he's going to be making a statement about that nomination. And he hasn't disclosed exactly what he's going to say, but it comes after that heated meeting last night where, as you mentioned, the majority of the committee voted not to confirm Faith Leach. Leach has been the acting city administrator since January, but council members grilled her on her role in city government and why the position is necessary within City Hall, although voters voted for it. Now, Councilman James Torrance walked out of the chamber during the vote. He and Councilman Odette Ramos were the only ones to vote to confirm Leach, and they say the vote to not confirm Leach is not valid because Councilman Costello was not physically present in the chamber for the vote. He instead voted virtually.
They change the rules when it suits them. I will personally be exploring whether or not we can get it back, okay? Because it is completely unfair to leave the city without the leadership of CAO Leach. I think she's highly well qualified to make this happen.
In my committee, we've had countless votes where people voted virtually, and this is no different. In addition to that, the majority of members present also voted against the nomination.
Now, we reached out to the mayor's office for comment on that vote last night. We didn't hear back, but again, we do expect to hear from the mayor in a press conference that's going to be starting in just a few hours right here at City Hall. So, of course, we will be closely following this, and we'll keep you posted. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. And that was not the only hearing that the committee held, too. They also heard about the mayor's new Clean Core program. It gives nearly $15 million to 6 nonprofits working to try and clean up Baltimore. And Baltimore City Council member Yichi Slifer says that the extra funding overlaps with the city council.
Why in the world would, the administration give $15 million towards privatization of community groups to perform these functions and to hire people when that's exactly what we're trying to do?
Now, Schleifer says the money should go to the Department of Public Works, the department struggling to hire workers and upgrade its equipment.
Turning now to your crisis in the classroom, a new Maryland State report card is out, and it's showing Baltimore City Schools is the lowest rated in the state. Every school system is given a rating from 1 to 5 stars, with 5 being the best. Baltimore City Schools had 29 schools with a 1-star rating. The next lowest rated is Baltimore County Schools with just 5 1-star ratings. For the parents of many city school children, this report card is difficult to digest.
It's quite alarming. We should have some type of urgency around fixing this issue.
We have to expect more from our city.
When the last report card was released 3 years ago, Baltimore City had 12 1-star schools.
We're saying that we're getting worse in these areas.
Quite frankly, the district is not doing a very good job of educating students.
Well, after reviewing the report card, school CEO Sonia Centelisa is issuing a statement writing, "While the immediate results are not surprising, we strongly believe that we have strategies that, over time, will lead to enhanced student achievement."
For even the CEO of city schools to say it's not surprising that this has happened, it's quite alarming. I think that there is way too much money being dumped into the public school system when they're not giving the results that kids deserve to have.
Now, the Baltimore School for the Arts was the only 5-star school in the city. We want to know what you think about this. Does there need to be a change in leadership in the Baltimore City public school system? So far, 95% of the voters have said yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Just click on the polls tab.
Turning now to a city in crisis, Fox 45 News continues to demand answers from city leaders after 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was shot and killed in a park. He was supposed to be in school at the time. An Italian restaurant in downtown Baltimore held a fundraiser this past Thursday for his family. He's the 6th Baltimore City student to be shot and killed this year alone. Forno's owner, Ricky Johnson, donating a portion of Thursday's dinner rush to Carter's loved ones, some of whom worked with him at that restaurant.
It's been tough. Everyone wants to help because we care about the family. Being around him and his dad and his cousin all at once, I know it was special.
This was not the only event to be held for Carter this week. On Tuesday, the community organized a vigil to honor his memory and mourn his loss. Many of those in attendance called for change inside city schools.
There's hard issues, and we have a hard time talking about it, but it's time to start talking about it.
Well, questions surround why children are able to leave school grounds during school hours. A resident who lives just blocks from Patterson High School says that he catches students leaving campus during school hours daily. Yesterday, a reporter appeared to catch a student ditching class.
Excuse me, are you a student at Patterson?
Yes, he is.
Are you leaving in the middle of the day?
Yeah.
We do not know if that student was excused, though, but Fox 45 News questioned Baltimore City Schools about procedures in place for keeping children in the classroom. They claimed that they do have cameras on campus, but admitted they're not pointed at the school's exit points. Well, the school system sending us a statement, writing in part, a group of students leaving campus before dismissal does not necessarily indicate wrongdoing. The actions of each individual student must be considered which students are excused and which may not be before appropriate action is taken.
Still ahead on the early edition, pushback on plans to expand transit between the city and the county. Why critics say this proposal has no redeeming value.
Members of the Mexican cartel allegedly taking responsibility for kidnapping 4 U.S. citizens. Just ahead from the Live Center, what the cartel did to help in the investigation.
We're tracking a colder weekend and wet conditions as well. Not right now, but that rain is headed our way. We'll be talking about it coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
5:10 and from the Live Center this morning, law enforcement officials in Mexico and the U.S. are investigating Mexican cartel members who are now allegedly confessing to kidnapping and killing 4 U.S. citizens. Well, they killed 2 and injured 1 other one. In a handwritten letter, it's said to be from the Scorpion faction of the Gulf Cartel, which apologizes to Zindell Brown, Latavia McGee, Shaeed Woodard, and Eric Williams, plus their families. Now, there are also claims in the letter that the cartel has turned over the 5 members responsible. You see that in this picture for the kidnapping. Law enforcement, I just raised it a little bit there. Sorry, I just messed that up. But law enforcement officials on both sides of the border say the letter is authentic and the group that is targeted here was a case of mistaken identity. Now, for the first time this morning, we are now hearing from a friend who traveled with the group from South Carolina, but was not able to cross the border because she didn't have her identification. Cheryl Orange recalls the moments that she found out her friends were in extreme danger.
My stomach was in knots, and I just began praying. I just began praying for the return of them. I didn't know much about the cartels, and I started looking up videos, and it was bad. It was bad. I began to think the worst.
The bodies of Woodard and Brown, seen here arriving back in the U.S., are now inside a Brownsville, Texas funeral home. Woodard's father saying yesterday it would have been his son's 34th birthday. As for Eric Williams, he underwent his second surgery yesterday, having rods placed in both legs. Williams was shot 3 times by his kidnappers. Latavia McGee was not injured in that kidnapping and is now back home, and we are going to continue following this story throughout the morning and bring you any updates as soon as we get them here at the Live Center. Recall alert, though, for you this morning. The concerns now about a popular cooler and their products. Big questions about the Boost program still ahead this morning. What Mayor Scott is now saying about that program. 5:12's the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local and all morning. .15 and topping your consumer news this morning, President Joe Biden outlines his budget proposal. He wants to place a 25% minimum tax on billionaires, raise the corporate tax rate from 21 to 28%, and then hike stock buyback taxes and foreign earning taxes. The plan would also scrap tax cuts for the wealthy, requiring anyone making more than $400,000 a year to pay more. Just like it failed in the Democrat-controlled House last year, this proposal has no chance of making it through the now Republican-controlled House. The GOP is calling for spending cuts in exchange for raising the debt ceiling. President Biden says that's dangerous.
Instead of making threats about default, which would be catastrophic, let's take that off the table. Let's, as I said in the beginning, let's have a conversation about how to grow the economy, lower costs, and reduce the deficit.
Biden makes the claim his proposal will reduce the deficit by $3 trillion over the next 10 years and says Republicans' plans will explode the deficit. Former South Carolina governor and 2024 presidential candidate Nikki Haley is suggesting the retirement age be changed. Republican made that remarks during an Iowa town hall. She did not offer an alternate age, but said changing the age would put a system in place for young people who were coming up. Haley also called for limits on Social Security and Medicare benefits for wealthier Americans. The comments come as President Biden accuses Republicans of coming for Americans' entitlements. They say he's wrong. Biden has publicly called for those cuts to Social Security and Medicare since 1983. Yeti is recalling 1.9 million coolers and cases due to a magnet hazard. Now, according to the Consumer Product Safety Commission, magnets on the closures of some of their products can detach. The agency warns if the two high-powered magnets are then swallowed, they can get lodged in the digestive system and cause serious problems. The recall includes the Sidekick dry gear case, the M20 soft backpack cooler, and the M30 soft coolers. Consumers are being told to stop using these products, though, and reach out to Yeti for a full refund.
All right, let's get a check of the forecast and grab some coffee and kick back and relax and settle in here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, we're tracking. Yesterday we were talking about Friday flakes. Not as much really anymore, right?
Not really seeing that. Yeah, it's really, and to the west too. That's where we're seeing a couple of flakes that are flying out there in parts of Allegheny and Garrett County. That's where they actually have a winter weather advisory posted for the folks there till 2 o'clock this afternoon. But yeah, we're really dry right now. And even with some of that rain that rolls in, yeah, you may see a flake or two around there, but we're really not tracking much in the way of actual snow or accumulation. This is what we've seen. It's like the same episode played over and over again, the rerun, if you will, of what we've seen with our weather so far this winter, because officially it still is winter. 40 degrees your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A lot of that cloud cover keeping those temperatures a little bit more on the milder side as opposed to being as cold as they could be if the clouds weren't here. And you can see on our HD radar, yeah, pretty paltry, even over in western Maryland. We're not seeing much. Couple of light showers being picked up there, but overall we are dry here. And we kind of zoom out and show you exactly what's going on. Where the big weather maker is, that is in the Great Lakes region, Chicago over toward Detroit. They're getting hit with a bunch of snow there. Meanwhile, we have a few showers in parts of the areas in West Virginia and Western Virginia on the other side of the mountain at this time. So this is a look at our hourly future scan. This takes us through 8 o'clock this morning. And notice we stay dry. So your commute's going to be fine after about 9, 10 o'clock. That's when we'll start to see a few showers roll in. You can see that little blue right there in parts of Carroll County and Frederick County. That's going to be where we'll see the best chance of any of the flakes moving around. As we head toward the 2 o'clock hour this afternoon, off and on showers with us. Heaviest rain looks to be about 4 or 5 p.m. So your drive home will be a little bit wetter. And then as we head into the evening time tonight, that rain does push out of here. So make sure the kids have the rain gear and they are ready to go and also bundled up this morning. Beep, beep, as they head out to the bus stop. We're in the upper 30s through 7 a.m. But by noon, we'll see those off and on rain showers and more of those rain showers heading into the afternoon. Temps today only into the 40s. So that's what we're going to be looking at. Definitely colder temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore counties and even down through Howard and Anne Arundel counties. You're going to see those low to mid 40s for your afternoon. All right, so here's a look at that 7-day forecast. We'll keep the 40s going into the weekend. We'll see a few of those showers here early tomorrow morning, but upper 40s for our highs is about it. And then those showers often on Sunday into Monday morning. So we have a couple of days of unsettled weather. Will dry out by the time we head into next week, and those numbers eventually start coming back up. Let's check in with Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find 10 train 505, and Brunswick train 870, also train 841 on the Canada line, all running about 5 minutes late for the start. Allow time for travel in those instances. Light rail link still working with a service disruption between Falls Road and the Timonium Fairground stops. That's due to ongoing maintenance. Allow time for travel as you'll find shuttle buses in place, bridging the gap there on light rail link. Metro subway link off and running on time in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A proposal that would create more forms of transportation between Baltimore City and Baltimore County, the topic of debate, why one critic argues it is a horrible idea.
A new plan to tackle the vacant home crisis in the city. That announcement coming later on this morning. Just ahead, I'm live with a preview. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Turning to your session 2023 coverage, a state delegate is speaking out against a proposal to expand public transportation between Baltimore City and the county. The MTA is proposing 7 alternatives to expand transit along the north and south corridor, allowing riders to travel from the city to Towson-Lutherville area. There's the possibility of bus, light rail, or heavy rail transit, most using the busy York Road corridor. Opponents in Lutherville started a petition and have Save Suburbia signs posted in their yards.
The development proposals, the transportation proposals that would try to make this area more urban is not something that we really signed on for when we bought our houses.
Republican State Delegate Nino Magnioni is calling the proposal a horrible idea with no redeeming value.
It will completely disrupt the integrity of the community and the neighborhoods, and it would disrupt the commerce of the local businesses. It changes the character of this region in a manner that citizens do not want.
Mangione even introduced a bill that would require any transportation project that cost over a certain amount to be submitted for referendum, giving voters the chance to weigh in at the ballot box. Public feedback was solicited last year for this project, but Mangione says it's not enough when it comes to such a large project and people deserve more of a voice.
Communities, I believe, deserve a voice in any major public transit project that's really going to disrupt their community. And public meetings are obviously important, but they're not enough. A significant indication of citizen opinion.
The state will eventually need to name one preferred route, but they still need to secure funding. And any plan designs or construction still is more than 3 years out. We reached out to the Maryland Department of Transportation for comment on the proposed legislation. We have not yet heard back.
525 and in Annapolis, lawmakers are debating whether to keep the $10 million scholarship program or move forward with Governor Moore's proposed cuts. Boost provides scholarships for low-income families to move students out of struggling schools and into a non-public classroom. Senate President Bill Ferguson says he thinks the state has enough money to fund Boost. Yesterday afternoon, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressed Mayor Brandon Scott on his stance.
Do you believe that the funding should be kept in the budget? I know Governor Moore is proposing to cut $2 of the $10 million program. You said that educational options are important.
They are.
Do you believe that the Boost program should stay fully funded?
I think that I'll say what I said this morning, right? We have to make sure that, and I know this governor will do that, to make sure that we're doing whatever we can to make sure that parents in Baltimore, and of course I'm talking solely about the city of Baltimore, have the options that they want. When you're talking about education funding, we cannot put one against the other.
So will you lobby to make sure that funding stays?
Well, my lobbying first is going to be about how we can get the funding for Baltimore City Public Schools that we need and deserve, and everything else comes second to that.
Using new powers, lawmakers can restore the funding in the governor's proposed budget if enough support is there.
Still ahead, we've got a rainy Friday for you. Our Weather Authority team is tracking how cool your weekend is set to be.
And a big jobs report set to be released soon. That's right, 1 month and waiting. Just ahead, the predictions about layoffs this morning. Time now, 5:27. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you. It's Friday, March 10th, and it's going to be a great day here. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, thanks for waking up with us this morning. We need to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers. He's looking at the Friday forecast and what this weekend has in for us.
Yeah, definitely colder conditions is what we're talking about, guys. Not those 50s that we've had most of the week. We'll be talking about mainly 40s for the afternoon. Let's check the radar, show you what's going on and where some of that precipitation is falling, and pretty much all over in western Maryland. That's about all we are seeing right now. We zoom in a little bit closer. Right along the Garrett and Allegheny County line between Kaiser and up toward Cumberland, we're seeing a few light snow showers, but that is really about it. Even there, where they have the winter weather advisories, not getting hit with a big section of this storm as of yet. Mid to upper 30s and lower 40s as you step outside right now, so make sure to bundle up as you're heading out. Our morning drive staying in the 30s, and we're dry for your morning commute. The afternoon and evening commute, well, definitely going to be a little bit wetter. We'll talk about when that rain's going to impact you and how long it sticks around coming up.
Alrighty, here, let's check the Len Stoller traffic network as we get you on your way here. Live cameras throughout the Baltimore region look smooth. Everything's moving quite along.
Their dedication, commitment, and devotion to the community, their co-workers, and their families will always be remembered, and their memories shall never fade. May they continue to rest in peace as we now hold a moment of silence in honor of our fallen.
In a city in crisis, it has been more than a year since Lieutenant Paul Buttram, Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Lacayo were killed when a vacant home that was on fire collapsed on them. The tragedy triggering calls for change when it comes to how vacant structures are handled in Baltimore City.
Now, many Baltimore residents feel the presence of vacant homes facilitates crime, impacts public health, and contributes to inequity in the city.
Today, Baltimore City Council members Odette Ramos and James Torrance will introduce a bill to address the vacant home crisis in the city. And Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a look at the proposed bill and how it can make a difference in Baltimore. Shannon?
Well, this proposed bill, Tom, has the potential to make a big difference. Right now, there are more than 14,000 vacant homes across the city. But with this bill, it would create an agency with one sole purpose, and that purpose is to address this crisis head on. In fact, take a look at your screen right here. In a press conference today, council members Ramos and Torrance will be announcing the introduction of legislation to create the Land Bank Authority of Baltimore City. Now, what this entity would do is work for an estimated 15 years to acquire vacant and abandoned properties and dispose of them in an efficient manner. So that means the Land Bank Authority would both facilitate the financing for rehabilitation for some of the properties and the demolition of some of the most dangerous properties. So tragedies just like this one do not happen again.
Our members are still remembering those 3 members that lost their lives a year ago.
Again, he is talking about the tragic deaths of Lieutenant Paul Buttram, Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Lacayo. They were killed over a year ago now when a vacant house that had caught fire collapsed, and their deaths really highlighted the critical vacant home problem in our city. And it's one that city leaders are again addressing today. So this press conference will happen at 11 a.m. where they will be announcing all of this. And then we know council members Odette Ramos and James Torrance, they will be actually introducing this ordinance in their next city council meeting, which will happen on Monday right here at City Hall. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News has been following the vacant structure crisis in Baltimore for years, and you can find all of our past reporting right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, open-air drug markets continue to cause problems in Baltimore, despite a promise from City State's Attorney Ivan Bates to prosecute low-level drug crimes. Many in the community say that's not happening yet, and police are watching drug deals happen right in front of them. Since Bates took office, Baltimore police have made 240 arrests for simple possession. Law enforcement analyst Melissa Pinkleton says that that's surprising considering the city's population.
With that many people in the city of Baltimore and that number of arrests for simple possession, it does seem, for me, kind of low. Simple possession is the gateway crime to further crimes. There's always drugs and guns together. It's kind of like peanut butter and jelly, except drugs and guns.
City Council member Zeke Cohen says that he has noticed what he calls drug deals happening in broad daylight with police just feet away.
And we know that it is polluting and harming our communities. I want to see officers out of their cars engaging with folks.
Well, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison addressing that issue during this week's public safety hearing, saying that those instructions are given out, but not everyone follows. He says it is something the department will need to double down on. Councilman Z. Cohen isn't the only council member, though, raising concern about open-air drug markets in the past few months. We've heard from Councilman Eric Costello and Yitchy Slifer. Both of them have said that they believe the drug markets are dangerous and drive violent crime.
It's one of the largest open-air drug markets in the state of Maryland, if not the largest, at Pennsylvania Avenue and Lawrence Street. Myself and other elected leaders have raised the alarm about that, and we will continue to ask BPD to put the necessary resources in place.
You need to prosecute these lower-level crimes because it always escalates. You know, you go from minor possession, selling, distribution, leads to shootings, leads to homicide.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on the open-air drug markets in Baltimore City. You can find all of our stories on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
All right, starting off here with a live look from Washington, D.C., where some big reports are set to drop the monthly jobs report, 8:30 this morning. It will have the eyes of economists and Wall Street with a lot riding on it. It's going to reveal where the labor market is and the state of the economy. Last month's report blew way past expectations, showing more than 500,000 jobs were added in January. Well, we expect half that number this morning, but analysts are skittish after missing the mark by such a large margin last month. The unemployment rate currently sits at 3.4%, still the lowest since 1969. Analysts are watching to see if that will tick any higher this morning. It'll be a sign that layoffs are rising. Now, we've already had several other reports drop this week suggesting the labor market remains hot, but it is cooling off. The number of open jobs in America fell to 400,000 to 10.8 million, but that's still almost 2 jobs for every unemployed person right now.
The small business world, the 50 employers or less, actually lost 61,000 jobs. So I think we're already seeing a change in the marketplace, and because it's hit the small business community so hard, I do think that's going to spiral from there.
Weekly unemployment claims also just posted their biggest increase in 5 months. It's still low, though, at 211,000 overall for last week, but that's the first time back above that 200,000 mark since January. That's the latest here from the Live Center.
I think the time has passed for time. Right now, I think, parents should be really outraged and saying, hey, we need to make some changes.
State report card revealing the alarming reality of Baltimore City Public Schools, why the CEO says these results are not surprising.
Plus, members of City Council rejecting Faith Leach as city administrator, why critics are questioning if she is the right fit for the job.
Rain showers, they're heading our way as our weather authority team is tracking it all out for you, along with the drop in temperatures. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock, your Weather Authority forecast. Definitely seen colder temperatures and not much in the way of rain or snow for that matter. Even in western Maryland, just getting a few light flurries out there in parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties. But that's really about it. If you want to get out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, definitely need to grab at least an extra layer. But it is going to stay dry. Numbers in the mid to upper 30s. We'll talk about when that rain's going to impact you and how long it's going to stick around for the weekend. That's coming up in a few.
Well, the Harlem Globetrotters are coming back to Baltimore, and you have a chance to win tickets to see them live.
All you got to do is wait for your cue to call, and you could win tickets to the March 19th show at 11 o'clock. It is happening at the Chesapeake Employers Insurance Arena in Catonsville, right on UMBC's campus. Keep watching, and we will give you that cue to call in.
Good luck. Yeah, Fox 45 invites you to come out and join us at the Be More Healthy Expo. It's coming up Saturday, March 25th at the Baltimore Convention Center. Doors open at 10, goes till 4. The expo can help guide you on your journey toward a healthier lifestyle. You can receive free health screenings, check out cooking demonstrations, even learn about life-saving skills.
I am pissed off and I'm tired.
Emotions fly high at a city council hearing as members reject Faith Leach as city administrator. The back and forth that led one member to walk out of the chamber.
Plus, friends and neighbors coming together following the death of a 16-year-old student. Why some people say school leadership needs to be more proactive in keeping our children in class. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:44 on this Friday morning, and trending this morning. For more than 17 years, a former Six Flags park in New Orleans has been abandoned.
That's right. The park was completely submerged by floodwaters during Hurricane Katrina, and attempts to redevelop the area have all failed. Besides being used for just a few movies such as Jurassic World, the gates have been closed since August of 2005. 8 days before Hurricane Katrina hit Louisiana. That park was submerged in up to 7 feet of water. It took over a month for it to drain, and the city of New Orleans took over the site in 2009. Since then, there have been numerous bids to develop the land with ideas ranging from community parks to strip malls.
Well, guess what? Now the city has finally agreed on plans with a local developer. Their vision includes a sports complex, a hotel with a water park, and a movie set. The former Six Flags site is about 14 miles right outside the French Quarter, the part of the town that tourists flock to. Residents say that this project will help travelers start to see New Orleans as a family-friendly destination, not just Bourbon Street and casinos.
We continue to track the wicked weather impacting thousands in California.
After weeks of soaking rain and then all that heavy snow across the west, another strong system setting its sights on California and much of the western U.S.
An intense atmospheric river is bringing several inches of rain, strong winds, and snow to an area already hit roughly a dozen similar storms this winter. Now, millions in central and northern California were under flood watches on Thursday as rain drenched the area. This is prompting new concern about mudslides.
The amount of snow that is up in the mountains right now, followed by the amount of rain that we're expecting a lot of water to come down the hill.
Damaging winds as powerful as 50 miles per hour are expected to cause widespread power outages, but that's not the only thing officials worry could leave residents in the dark.
Even this morning, with really no rains, no winds, still hearing through our own dispatch channels reports of power lines down and trees down, and it just goes to show how saturated things really are.
The storm is expected to drop 8 feet of snow in the area of the Sierra Nevadas, potentially bringing new snowfall totals in the highest elevations to 100 inches by the weekend.
Well, here at home, we'll see a cold rain for most of our day, though. Taking a live look from all across the state of Maryland this morning, we're starting to see some impacts of our next weather maker, even though the sunrise right there in that shot looks amazing.
Right on the beach, that sunrise, that's what I'd like to do, but I don't think that's this kind of day today.
No, it's not. In fact, bundling up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here to explain.
Even at the beach, temps are only going to be in the 40s, so not fun down the ocean to kind of warm up. But we are going to be talking about the rain showers, guys, that'll be moving through, especially over the next couple of hours. You can see from our Towson camera, everything nice and dry right there as we look at the Towson traffic circle. Our HD radar, pretty quiet. We really haven't seen much, at least here in Maryland. And overall, our temperatures in western Maryland are colder. That's what we're seeing, a little bit more of that light snow that is falling at this time. So taking a look at our forecast here, we are going to see more of those showers that are going to start to move into the area. So the rain showers here are to the west of it, but it's mainly rain. Again, some of the higher elevations where we still have areas in Garrett and Allegheny County seeing that potential of some of that wintry weather. But our hourly future scan here at home, this is through 8 o'clock this morning. Notice we stay dry, so we're not going to see that rain really not to move in until about 10, 11 o'clock. And even then, you can see some of those areas in blue, maybe a few flakes flying in parts of Carroll County and northern Baltimore County mixed in with some of that cold rain. And then those rain showers will be off and on through the afternoon and again into about 5, 6 o'clock into the evening time tonight before that rain pushes out of here, and then eventually we'll see another round of showers for tomorrow. On your Rise and Shine cast, mid to upper 30s over the next couple of hours. Probably won't see much of the sun today. Even if we don't get a lot of rain, we'll definitely have that cloud cover and cool temperatures too. 52 is typically where we are. Most of us in the low to mid 40s across central Maryland here, not only up and down the 95 corridor, but even to the west where those chilly temperatures continue. 39 in Harrisburg, mid 40s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. Notice our temperature tracker too. After days that we've been slightly above average, we're going to slide below average today, and we stay below average all the way through the first part of next week before we finally start to get some improvement by Thursday and Friday. That's going to lead us to St. Patty's Day weekend. So here's a look at our future scan. Overall, we can see some of those showers moving through as we head toward the later part of the afternoon. Here's a look at that area of low pressure. That's going to be sliding to the east of us here and to the north, and early tomorrow morning could pick up a few light leftover showers. That wind is going to be with us through most of tomorrow morning, but finally by tomorrow afternoon and evening, that wind lets up a little bit. Sunday not looking too bad, but the rain is going to start to pick up late Sunday afternoon into the evening time, and then another round of rain showers coming in as we get into your Monday morning. So definitely unsettled weather as we head toward the weekend. The difference is with the temperatures, that's the big thing, our colder numbers that we'll see all the way through about Tuesday of next week. And don't forget, this is the time change weekend, so you have to spring forward before you go to bed on Saturday night.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network and look at some of the drive times around the area here in the green. No issues to report around Baltimore right now. Here's a live look from the Len Stoller mobile track. It's traveling 70 westbound, and yeah, it looks like it's wide open roads there too, and hopefully we'll not see any snow flurries at any moment now, but I mean, Well, maybe Graham's going to travel all across the state and try and find some for us. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Friday morning, Mark.
Happy Friday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train number 407 on the Penn line and Camden 843 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC are on time for the commute start. Out there on Light Rail Link, if that's your ride, you'll encounter a service disruption between Falls Road and the Timoleum Fairground stops. That's due to ongoing maintenance. Shuttle buses are in place, bridging the gap there, providing service, so allow time for travel there on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link off and running on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
President Biden reveals his budget and an effort to do away with some tax breaks for the oil and gas industry. What it would mean for you, coming up.
A report highlighting more failures within Baltimore City Public Schools. Just ahead, how many schools are ranked at just 1 star out of 5? 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Making headlines, did Twitter violate user privacy in giving a pair of journalists internal documents related to the so-called Twitter files? That's what some lawmakers are hoping to find out during a congressional hearing into these files. Here's one of the journalists, Matt Taibbi. He's being asked if he's aware of Twitter's history of mishandling user data.
And the FTC investigation of Twitter, you knew that they were investigating Twitter before the time period that Mr. Musk came on?
I was aware of it, yeah.
And the FTC was concerned with user data being hacked or used? Is that correct, that they didn't have enough checks and balances on that data?
Well, I wasn't privy to that part.
The FTC reportedly wants to know if the consent decree Twitter signed promising to protect user data and security was adhered to. Experts say if it was violated, it would be like the head of a telecommunications company directing employees to let reporters listen in on phone calls. CEO Elon Musk was not invited to testify at the hearing. And that brings us to our national question of the day. What are your biggest concerns after reading the Twitter files? Censorship, government overreach, trusting what you read on social media, or is there no concern at all? Use the QR code on your screen to weigh in right now.
In this morning's Health Watch, there are 0 active monkeypox cases in Baltimore. The city health department announcing an end to its emergency response, saying case counts have declined for 2 months. Over the course of the monkeypox outbreak that started last June, the city responded to 242 cases. According to the statewide monkeypox dashboard, 32% of the cases reported in Maryland since the start of this outbreak were in the city. 3 people statewide died with the virus.
Well, guess what? If your tax dollars don't have to go out paying all that exorbitant price for Medicare to drug companies, and it's rational, it's going to save $160 billion in tax dollars.
A passionate speech from President Joe Biden in Philadelphia, promising growth for the middle class as part of his new budget plan.
Now, his plan is likely to face some big hurdles, though, on Capitol Hill. Chief political correspondent Scott Thuman explains.
A president's budget always elicits a mix of applause and outrage. Thursday, pushing for more taxes on wealthiest Americans and corporations and reversing President Trump's tax cuts on people earning above $400,000, all Biden says to lower America's crippling deficit.
When the middle class does well, the poor have a way up and the wealthy still do very well.
Republicans, who Biden needs to pass it, predictably opposed.
Raising taxes in a low-growth economy like this will only hurt us more and put us into recession.
But it's another impact to be felt here in America's energy fields as Biden proposes scrapping oil and gas industry subsidies, massive tax breaks to further fuel fossil fuels. In this case, some say $10 to $50 billion a year worth. An industry analyst says mostly to help smaller companies, not the well-known conglomerates.
If I were from Texas, I would describe this as a mom and pop oil company subsidy, and they're being If this didn't exist, they would be driven out of business by the big companies. But does this change the price of gasoline for consumers? And the answer is no.
The Independent Petroleum Association of America calls it a direct attack on America's smaller independent producers who develop most of the nation's gas and oil wells. Biden promised before becoming president he'd get rid of these fossil fuel subsidies and end new drilling on public lands in an effort to go more green. But then hit a roadblock. The White House in a bind after the spread of COVID and war in Ukraine severely strained supplies, pushing the average price of gas over $5 a gallon. When consumers partially blamed Biden, he changed course, encouraging more digging.
I think they have a responsibility to act, to invest in America by increasing production and refining capacity.
Now the pump jacks back in the budgetary crosshairs as the White House aims for the next evolution. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
A fiery meeting ends with City Council voting not to confirm the city administrator. Just ahead, we are live with a press conference that the mayor is now holding today in response.
And a community coming together to show support for the family of a murdered 16-year-old. The growing concern about student safety.
Tracking colder for your weekend, we're seeing the potential for some rain showers. Not much in the way of snow, but we do have the colder numbers, and we'll talk about how long they stick around. It's all coming up. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
5:59, and this Friday morning is starting off great. Will it stay that way? I'm Tom Rogers.
You know what? We'll have to wait and see, I guess. I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's get over to our forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. Rainy.
Looks good now, though.
I mean, it's gorgeous right now.
Well, it's cold right now. It's cloudy. So that's
the shot behind you, though.
Yeah, look at that.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of cloud cover out there, a little bit of that morning glow. Sun coming up here in just a little bit. Won't see much of the sun. It may pop through here for a quick cameo, but as we talk about word up, we're seeing numbers here that are going to be into the 30s and staying in the 30s and 40s as we head toward the afternoon. In fact, we're right at 40 in Baltimore City, 35 Cockeysville, 36 in Towson and Joppatown, 39 currently for you in Dundalk. So overall, we're not seeing much in terms of any precip. Right over there in western Maryland, we are seeing a few light showers in parts of Garrett and Allegheny County. Still have winter weather advisories there until 2 o'clock this afternoon. As for us here at home, a chilly Friday morning, rain showers definitely moving in, and those temperatures staying cool as we head toward the weekend. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go as you head out for your commute over the next couple of hours. Numbers staying in the upper 30s and lower 40s and dry. We'll track when that rain is going to impact you later today, coming up in a few. How are we looking out there, Tom?
Roads not looking too bad at all around the Baltimore region right now. Taking a look at your drive times, we're in the green. No issues to report.
We overwhelmingly voted in favor of a city administrator. And tonight, that office remains vacant because we have failed our constitutional duty to the citizens in the charter of this city. I am pissed off and I'm tired.
Continuing coverage and happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott will be speaking on the nomination attempt of city administrator. Last night, the majority of the city council committee voting to not confirm Faith Leach, who's been the acting city administrator since January.
Yeah, emotions were really running high during that meeting. Some council members even walked out of the chambers. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with what led up to the chaos and what's happening today. Shannon.
Well, there's a press conference happening a little bit later on today, Taylor, and if it's anything like what we saw last night, we can expect fiery words right here at City Hall. In fact, the mayor will be back here at City Hall at 10 a.m. for this press conference, addressing his pick for city administrator. We don't know exactly what he's going to talk about, but again, we know it comes after this very heated, hours-long meeting where, as you mentioned, the majority of the committee voted not to confirm Faith Leach. Now, Leach has been the acting city administrator since January, but council members grilled her on her role in city government and why the position is necessary at all within City Hall, although voters did vote for it. Now, Councilman James Torrance walked out of the chamber during this vote, and he and Councilwoman Odette Ramos were the only ones to vote to confirm Leach, and they say the vote to not confirm Leach is not valid because Councilman Costello was not physically present in the chamber for the vote. He instead voted virtually.
They change the rules when it suits them. I will personally be exploring whether or not we can get it back, okay? Because it is completely unfair to leave the city without the leadership of a CAO Leach. I think she's highly well qualified to make this happen.
In my committee, we've had countless votes where people voted virtually, and this is no different. In addition to that, the majority of members present also voted against the nomination.
Now, we reached out to the mayor's office for a comment on that vote, and we didn't hear back. But again, we do expect to hear from the mayor in just a few hours right here at City Hall. And of course, we will be closely following this and keep you posted. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Turning now to a city in crisis, Fox 45 News continues to demand answers from city leaders after 16-year-old Isaiah Carter shot and killed in a park. He was supposed to be in school at the time. An Italian restaurant owner in downtown Baltimore held a fundraiser on Thursday for his family. Now, Carter's the sixth Baltimore student to be shot and killed this year alone. Forno's owner, Ricky Johnson, donating a portion of Thursday's dinner rush to Carter's loved ones, some of whom worked alongside him at the restaurant.
It's been tough. Everyone wants to help because we care about the family. Being around him and his dad and his cousin all at once, I know it was special.
This was not the only event to be held for Isaiah this week. On Tuesday, the community organized a vigil to honor his memory, mourn his loss. Many of those in attendance called for a change inside of state schools.
There's hard issues, and we have a hard time talking about it, but it's time to start talking about it.
Now, questions surround why children are able to leave the school grounds during school hours. A resident who lives just blocks away from Patterson High School says he catches students leaving campus during the school day frequently. And yesterday, our reporter caught up with a student who appeared to be ditching class.
Excuse me, are you a student at Patterson?
Yes, he is.
Are you leaving in the middle of the day?
Yeah.
We do not know if that student was excused or not. Fox 45 News questioned Baltimore City Schools about procedures in place for keeping kids in the classroom. They claim they do have cameras on campus, but admitted they are not pointed at the school's exit points. The school system sending us a statement saying, in part, a group of students leaving campus before dismissal does not necessarily indicate wrongdoing. The actions of each individual student must be considered, which students are excused and which may not, before appropriate action is taken.
6:05, and this morning, law enforcement officials in Mexico and the U.S. are investigating Mexican cartel members who are now allegedly confessing to the kidnapping, you see the image here, and killing of 4 U.S. citizens. The handwritten letter is believed to be from the Scorpion faction of the Gulf Cartel, which apologizes to Zindell Brown, Latavia McGee, Shaid Woodard, and Eric Williams and their families. Now, there are also claims in that letter that the cartel has turned over those 5 members responsible for the kidnapping. Law enforcement officials on both sides of the border say the letter is authentic, and the group was targeted in case of mistaken identity. Now, for the first time this morning, we are now hearing from the friend who traveled with the group from South Carolina, but then she was unable to cross the border because she didn't have her ID. Cheryl Orange recalls the moment that she found out her friends were in extreme danger.
My stomach was in knots, and I just began praying. I just began praying for the return of them. I didn't know much about the cartels, and I started looking up videos, and it was bad. It was bad. I began to think the worst.
The bodies of Woodard and Brown, seen here arriving back in the U.S., are now inside a Brownsville, Texas funeral home. Woodard's father saying just yesterday it would have been his son's 34th birthday. As for Eric Williams, he underwent his second surgery yesterday, having rods put in both legs. Williams was shot 3 times by his kidnappers. Latavia McGee was not injured in the kidnapping and is now back home. And we are going to continue following this throughout the morning for you and bring you any updates as soon as we get them from the Live Center. City leaders once again addressing the vacant property crisis. Just ahead, the bill in the works that could cut down on concerning properties.
Plus, former Laurel police officer has been convicted. How many years he's now facing in prison?
Tracking rain showers. We're dry for now as we head toward the weekend. Colder temperatures as well. We'll talk about all of that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. 6:10 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast here. So far dry this morning. We are going to be tracking some rain showers later this morning. You can see the clouds that are out there and that sun that is getting set to rise. So maybe getting a quick shot of that, but most of the day will be cloudy. And you can see on our HD radar, not a whole heck of a lot happening. Even in western Maryland, just a few light showers out toward Cumberland and parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties. That's about all we're seeing right now. So grab a warm beverage here. Overall, the next couple of hours, upper 30s are going to be what we'll see, and those temperatures staying on the chilly side today and into this weekend. We'll talk about when we'll see some slightly warmer conditions coming up in a few minutes.
Making headlines this morning, a former Laurel police chief is now convicted of setting multiple homes on fire.
Yeah, according to online court records, David Crawford, seen here, has been convicted of attempted murder and arson. The fires taking place at homes of family members and police officials over the course of 9 years. Crawford now faces up to 30 years in prison.
A Baltimore shooting from over a decade ago has now been ruled a homicide. Police say in March of 2008, a 21-year-old was shot on North Decker Avenue near Elwood Park in East Baltimore. He died Wednesday from complications due to his injuries suffered during that shooting. Suspects for the 2008 shooting still have not been identified.
Baltimore City has been in debt crisis for years, and it's predicted to get worse. Just ahead, how the city got into this situation and how it's going to affect you.
Fast food is the easiest option when it comes to buying a cheap meal. Just ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, why the long-term health effects may outweigh the cost of convenience. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.6:14 on this Friday morning, a man convicted in a violent bank robbery in Baltimore is now on the run.
Alexa Ashwell has this week's Maryland's Most Wanted.
Investigators say this man, Dorian Jamerson, was in prison for more than 2 decades. Now he's out and back on the run, and the U.S. Marshal Service needs your help tracking him down.
November 2022, Baltimore City. Investigators say convicted bank robber Dorian Jamerson vanishes.
He's a danger to himself and others.
Back in 2000, investigators say Jamerson robbed a bank in Baltimore, holding the manager of the branch at gunpoint while ordering the employees to put cash from the bank's vault into a pillowcase. Jamerson and his co-conspirators, investigators say, escaping with more than $300,000.
He has a long history of eluding police capture, of assault, breaking and entering.
Jamerson was later arrested and, according to investigators, sentenced to more than 2 decades in prison. Fast forward to 2020, Jamerson is freed from custody but placed on supervised release, an arrangement authorities say didn't last long.
As part of his conditions of release, he was ordered to attend a drug treatment program and complete it. He failed to go to his treatment sessions, and he tested positive for drugs.
Jamerson hasn't been seen since, and now the U.S. Marshal Service has joined the search for him.
He's known to frequent the Baltimore City and Baltimore County areas. It's important because of his long criminal history, because likely now he's going to turn back to crime.
Investigators believe Jamerson is still in the Baltimore region, so take a good look. He's described as standing at about 5'8" and weighing approximately 150 pounds. Investigators warn he could be armed and dangerous and is known to abuse drugs. So if you have any information regarding his whereabouts, the tip line number right here, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly, 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
All right, trending now, Baltimore County businesses and government leaders unveiled major renovations at the JCC of Greater Baltimore. The Performing Arts Center now has newly renovated lobby, among other facility upgrades.
It really wasn't about new carpeting and paint. It was about trying to create an elevated experience for our community. Arts creates an opportunity for people to feel connected, to be inspired, and maybe when they're here at the Gordon, a little break from life's trials and tribulations.
The renovations will allow the center to better host performances both indoors and outdoors and open more opportunities for youth arts and virtual and cultural programming for adults.
Well, the NCAA tournament doesn't start until next week, but there's already some March Madness in Baltimore City schools. In fact, check this out. It's not basketball. We're talking books at North Bend Elementary School. All students have a chance to vote on their favorite books to advance through the bracket and eventually be crowned the school's favorite book. Great idea.
Oh, yeah. Isn't it almost time for brackets on Monday or something?
Yeah, and brackets
right?
start getting filled
Sunday.
up. Yeah.
Sunday.
So they start getting filled up in area. Yeah. We'll
Selection Sunday is Sunday. And the Terps won. They beat the Golden Gophers last night in the Big Ten tournament. So that's good. They won significantly. So, you know, hopefully they get in. They've got, if they win the tournament, they're in. That's a guarantee. Yeah. But we'll see what happens with the Big Ten. But yeah, what do you think?
It'll be fun, but it's really a lot better when you watch the bracket when it's not the greatest weather. When it starts, you know,
I can see
if
that.
it's nice weather, you want to be outside.
I hear you. Yeah, and maybe by Friday we're going to have some more rain next Friday. That's St. Patty's Day. I know everybody's going to be upset about that because we all want to hang outside and enjoy warmer temperatures. But yeah, those brackets coming out on Sunday. My favorite is always like the 12 beating the 5. That's why a 12 always beats a 5 somewhere on one of those brackets. But either way, our live cam over downtown Baltimore. We do have a lot of cloud cover out there right now. We're dry. We're not tracking any rain here at home, and our temperature right at 40 degrees. So even though it's chilly, the clouds acting to kind of as an insulator, if you will. So not as cold as it could be, where we are seeing some winter weather that is in western Maryland. Garrett and Allegheny County is seeing a few of those light snow showers that are moving in at this time. Over the next couple of hours, we are going to see that rain move into our area as this area of low pressure starts to track further to the east. And when that moves in, some of those areas in the north and the west could see a few flakes kind of mixed in with some of that rain, but it's really not looking that impressive. In fact, most of our weather models continuing to kind of pare this thing down. As we take you through 8 o'clock this morning, notice we're not even seeing any rain here. It's about 9, 10 o'clock when that rain starts to roll in, and we see a little bit of blue right there for Carroll and Frederick counties. That's where we could see a few of those flakes kind of flying, but not expecting any accumulation with this. Taking you through the 2 o'clock hour this afternoon, even with the rain, not a lot. A couple of light showers showers here and there. Heaviest rain looks to move in about 4 or 5 o'clock this evening, and that's going to be when we'll see most of that cold rain before all of that moves out of here tonight. And then we do have a chance of another round of rain and possibly a few flakes flying early tomorrow morning. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, our temperatures are in the upper 30s here next hour, lower 40s through noon. Make sure to send them with that rain gear because as you head out through the middle of the day, and especially when you pick them up this afternoon, a better chance of seeing some of that rain. Our temperatures are going to stay colder. A lot of us in the low to mid 40s across central Maryland for Carroll and Baltimore counties and Baltimore City. In Howard and Anne Arundel counties also, the low to mid 40s is about all we're going to get to for today. And check our temperature tracker. After we've had a couple of days of above average numbers, we're going to slide below average today and stay below that red line all the way through about Wednesday of next week. So we've got about 3 or 4, maybe even 5 days with temperatures that are only going to be in the 40s. Here's the larger picture with that future scan. There's the low right there. It slides across to the east, and as that moves out, it becomes more of a coastal low tomorrow. On the back side of that, wrapping around, we could see a few of those showers early tomorrow morning, but that's going to continue to pull off toward the east. It will be blustery and breezy to windy for Saturday afternoon, but by Saturday evening, that wind starts to die down. Sunday doesn't look too bad. A few showers moving in by late Sunday afternoon, and then another round of rain into early Monday. So definitely some unsettled weather here as we head toward the weekend, but we're not talking about a big winter storm as our winter snow deficit continues. Don't forget to spring forward this weekend with the time change coming up. Back to you.
All right, let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller traffic network. Your live cameras throughout the Baltimore region looking very smooth here. One is frozen, but it looks like there's not too many commuters out on the road anyways. But let's take a live look from the Len Stoller mobile track. Our photographer, Graham, headed westbound on I-70 in Frederick. So far this morning, as you can see, traffic is moving smoothly for your commute. Let's check in with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 and Camden Train 845 operating 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time for the commute start. Out there on Light Rail Link, dealing with the service disruption still with us between Falls Road and the Timonium Fairground stops. That's due to ongoing maintenance. You'll find shuttle buses in place, bridging the gap there, so certainly allow time for travel on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link, a different story. No delays, no issues there. On time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All eyes are on the big monthly jobs report this morning. What analysts will be watching for?
State delegates speaking out on a plan to create a new light rail between Baltimore City and Baltimore County. Why he's calling it a horrible idea and the plan he's proposing in its place. 622, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All right, get this. Students at California's Stanford University will be able to take a class of one-on-one on Taylor Swift songs. The elite college will offer a 10-week course called All Too Well during the upcoming winter quarter. It'll give an in-depth analysis of the lyrics to Swift's hit songs. Now, this is not the first time the singer has been studied. The Clive Davis Institute in New York University launched a brand new course on the singer in February of 2022. And the Taylor Swift Songbook course was added at the University of Texas later that year.
Broadway and Hollywood star Leslie Odom Jr. coming to Baltimore next month. He'll be performing alongside the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra April 1st. The show will include hits from Hamilton as well as Nat King Cole songs. If you'd like some more information, it's available at bsomusic.org. This morning, the turtles are free.
That's right. Take a look at this. 25 rehabilitated sea turtles are back at their natural home in Florida. They went through care at the National Aquarium in Baltimore. And the turtles have been in Baltimore since November, recovering from hypothermia after they were rescued from icy water.
Cold temperatures, rain in our forecast. Our Weather Authority team letting us know when we should expect some sunshine to return.
A new plan to tackle the vacant home crisis across our city. That announcement coming later this morning. And just ahead, I'm live with a preview. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Yeah, all right. 6:30 on a Friday morning, March 10th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. It is Friday, man, for sure. Let's go ahead and look at your forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. Some rain on our way.
One of the anchors want to talk. You guys just like...
Well, I don't like to talk over Tom, and so I expect he's going to say hello, and then he doesn't, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. That's what happens with that guy. Yeah. T squared, good morning to both of you. Two T's on a Friday, and we were talking about the rain that is going to be moving in. Lots of cloud cover that's out there right now from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. The sun is now up. We just won't see much of the sun today. And in terms of precipitation, well, things are looking pretty paltry. We are picking up on some of that wet weather over in western Maryland, even some snowy conditions there for Garrett and Allegheny counties. But that's about it for right now. And as we get later into the morning, that's when we'll see some more of those rain showers roll in. You can see area wide here along the mid-Atlantic, most of us in the upper 30s and lower 40s, so we're above freezing. We're not dealing with the really cold temperatures at this time. Still chilly for your Friday morning, and the rain showers moving in, and our temps staying cool as we head into the weekend. We're only going to be in the 40s today. Now, tomorrow, a little bit of an improvement, but it's going to be windy for the afternoon and upper 40s, and we do carry a chance of showers in the morning. Then again on Sunday afternoon into Monday, so unsettled over the next couple of days is what we're talking about. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
All right, let's go ahead and check our traffic here, the Len Stoller Traffic Network. As you can see, our Len Stoller traffic cameras running real smooth for your Friday morning. Throughout the Baltimore region, you can see that, and we'll keep you updated.
Their dedication, commitment, and devotion to the community, their co-workers, and their families will always be remembered, and their memories shall never fade. May they continue to rest in peace as we now hold a moment of silence in honor of our fallen.
Now to a city in crisis. It's been more than a year since Lieutenant Paul Buttram, Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Lacayo were killed when a vacant house caught fire and then collapsed on them. And the tragedy triggering calls for change when it comes to how vacant structures are handled in the city.
Many Baltimore residents feel the presence of vacant buildings facilitates crime, impacts public health, and can contribute to inequity in the city.
Now, today, Baltimore City Council members Odette Ramos and James Torrance will be introducing a bill to address the vacant home crisis in the city.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with a look at the proposed bill and how it can make a difference in the city. Shannon.
Well, this proposed bill, Taylor, could make a huge difference in the city. Right now, there are 14,000 vacant homes across the city, even more than that, in fact. And with this bill, it would create an agency that would have one sole purpose, and that purpose would be addressing this crisis head on. In fact, take a look right here at your screen. In a press conference today, council members Ramos and Torrance will be announcing the introduction of legislation to create the Land Bank Authority of Baltimore City. Now, what this entity would do is work for an estimated 15 years to acquire vacant and abandoned properties and dispose of them in an efficient manner. So that means the Land Bank Authority would both facilitate the financing for rehabilitation for some of these properties that can be saved, and also the demolition of the most dangerous properties so that tragedies like this one don't happen again.
Our members are still remembering those 3 members that lost their lives a year ago.
Again, he is talking about these 3 right here, the tragic deaths of Lieutenant Paul Buttram, Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Lacayo. They were killed over a year ago now when a vacant house that had caught fire collapsed. And their deaths really highlighted the critical vacant home problem that is still in our city. And it's a problem that city leaders are addressing today. Their press conference will start at 11 this morning. And then we know after that, Councilwoman Odette Ramos and Councilman James Torrance will be actually introducing this legislation in their next city council meeting on Monday, right here at City Hall. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
And we've been following the vacant home structure crisis in Baltimore for years now. You can find all of our reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Turning now to your session 2023 coverage, a state delegate is speaking out against a proposal to expand public transit between Baltimore City and the county.
Now, the proposed north-south corridor from the Maryland Transit Authority offers 7 alternatives to expand transit between the city and the Towson-Lutherville area. There's a possibility of bus, light rail, heavy rail transit, most using the busy York Road corridor. Opponents in Lutherville started a petition, though, and have posted Save Suburbia signs in their yards.
The development proposals, the transportation proposals that would try to make this area more urban is not something that we really signed on for when we bought our houses.
Now, Republican State Delegate Nino Mangione is calling the proposal a horrible idea with no redeeming value.
It will completely disrupt the integrity of the community and the neighborhoods, and it would disrupt the commerce of the local businesses. It changes the character of this region in a manner that citizens do not want.
Now, Mangione even introduced a bill that would require any transportation project that cost over a certain amount to be submitted for referendum, giving voters a chance to weigh in at the ballot box. Now, public feedback was solicited last year for this project, but Mangione says it's not enough when it comes to something this large of scale, and people deserve a voice, he says.
Communities, I believe, deserve a voice in any major public transit project that's really going to disrupt their community. And public meetings are obviously important, but they're not enough. A significant indication of citizen opinion.
Now, the state will eventually need to name one preferred route, but still need to secure funding. And any plans design and construction is still more than 3 years away. We reached out to the Maryland Department of Transportation for comment on this proposed legislation. We have not yet heard back. The majority of the City Council committee votes to not confirm Faith Leach in Baltimore. Why some are questioning her qualifications and what we can expect the mayor to say about this chaos.
And the next weather maker is on its way to our region. Just ahead, how it could impact your weekend plans. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
California is expecting more snow and heavy rain as atmospheric rivers are set to move through the state this weekend. And rumor has it spring is on the way. While winter won't go gently into the night, snow and these blooms mingle in the Golden State. And this California couple decided on some pairings.
I'm having a little ice with my wine.
While staying warm.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Happy Friday to you. We're about 20 minutes in front of 7 o'clock right now, and it is definitely going to be a colder weekend. A lot of cloud cover. We're not seeing much in the way of rain. You can see a few of those light snow showers there for parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties. Kind of that wintry mix is what we're seeing there with winter weather advisories posted for Western Maryland. But nothing for us here at home as of yet. Next couple of hours, those numbers are trending up, but just barely. We're talking low to mid 40s over the next couple of hours, and as we head toward the afternoon, those numbers staying below average for this time of year. We'll track when that rain could impact you in our hour-by-hour forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, a live look now from Washington, D.C. this morning, where we are waiting for the big monthly jobs report to drop at 8:30. It's going to have the eyes of economists and Wall Street, with a lot riding on what it will reveal about our economy and the market here. So last month's report blew way past expectations, showing more than 500,000 jobs were added in January. We expect half that number this morning through the report, but analysts are skittish after missing the mark by such a wide margin last month. The unemployment rate currently sits at 3.4%, the lowest since 1969. Analysts are watching to see if that will tick any higher this morning, a sign that layoffs could be rising. Now, we've already had several other reports drop this week suggesting the labor market remains hot, but it is cooling off. The number of open jobs in America fell by 400,000 to 10.8 million, but that's still almost 2 jobs open for every unemployed person right now.
The small business world, the 50 employers or less, actually lost 61,000 jobs. So I think we're already seeing a change in the marketplace. And because it's hit the small business community so hard, I do think that's going to spiral from there.
Now, weekly unemployment claims also just posted their biggest increase in 5 months, still low at 211,000 overall for last week. But that's the first time back above that 200,000 mark since January. That's the latest here from the Live Center.
Mexican cartel responding to the deadly abduction of 4 U.S. citizens. What they're claiming in a handwritten letter. And minutes before Norfolk Southern CEO testifies on Capitol Hill, another one of their trains derails. Just ahead, where it was heading and what we know so far. 6:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Well, in your morning rush and happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott will be speaking on the nomination of a city administrator.
Now it comes after the majority of the nomination committee voted not to confirm Faith Leach, who's been the acting city administrator since January.
Jen Lilly is joining us live from City Hall this morning, and this was a heated meeting last night. Shannon, what can we expect, I guess, to hear from the mayor today?
Yeah, it certainly was a heated meeting last night, Tom. And from the mayor today, we can expect him to be right back here at City Hall for a press conference this morning. Now, we don't have a whole lot of information about what he's going to say, just that he's going to address this issue and make a statement regarding his pick for city administrator, which is Faith Leach. Now, this comes after that hours-long meeting last night, which got pretty heated. And the end result, as you mentioned, is that the committee ultimately voted not to confirm Faith Leach as city administrator. In fact, only 2 council members voted in favor of confirming her. And now those council members are saying the vote not to confirm her should not count. I'll explain why coming up in just about 15 minutes. Now back to you.
All right, looking at our forecast right now, we do have a lot of cloud cover that is out there over the inner harbor, but we're not seeing any rain as of yet. The precipitation is mainly in the form of some wintry weather, but that is in western Maryland right now. And even when we get that cold rain coming in the next couple of hours, more than likely it will just be rain. Now, there could still be a few flakes mixed in for some of you, but we are not talking about any kind of wintry precipitation here in terms of our winter, or I should say snow-starved winter that we've had so far. 40 your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little northeast wind, about 9 to 15 miles an hour. That wind expected to change and will be more from the south as we head into the day today. Notice what we're seeing on our HD radar right around Cumberland over toward Kaiser. You can see some little white there, and then that changes over to green. So we're really seeing kind of a wintry mix here as you look further over toward Garrett and Allegheny counties. Not really much. Now, we do have winter weather advisories. They're posted until 2 o'clock for both Garrett and Allegheny counties for the afternoon. That is for some of that potential wintry weather that's going to continue to roll through. But even on their larger picture, it's really not looking very much, and it's not looking intense either. We're kind of seeing that rain-snow mix for some of the mountain locations. This is all going to move toward us over the next couple of hours, but notice even through 8 a.m. we still stay dry, even though we keep the clouds around. 9, 10 o'clock here, notice that little blue right there in Westminster and parts of Frederick County. That's where we could see a little bit of some flakes mixing in with that colder rain. And then pushing out into the afternoon, we get a break by about 2 o'clock with some of the rain. The heaviest rain looks to be about 5, 6 o'clock this evening. This is going to be really for your drive home. And then as you head into Friday night, that rain is going to be pushing out of here. Another chance for a few showers early tomorrow morning. On your Rise and Shine cast, upper 30s here over the next couple of hours. That sun is already up and will stay up until 6:08. We really won't see much of the sun today. And notice our temperatures definitely coming down. We had a couple of days where we were above average just slightly, but those 50s are done for now. We're talking about low to mid 40s across central Maryland and basically up and down the 95 corridor, 40s for Philly and New York, all the way down through Baltimore and D.C., even 47 down the ocean there at Ocean City. We're tracking colder and staying below average. Notice those numbers below that red line here. Typically, the lower 50s is where we are for as we get closer to the middle of March, but we do have some improving numbers by next Thursday and Friday, so St. Patty's weekend is actually looking a little bit warmer. This is our future scan, kind of the larger picture, that area of low pressure tracking through the area and moving off toward the east. Watch what happens as that low moves out toward the east tomorrow morning. So 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, could see a few wraparound showers rolling right through the area. And that gives us actually a better chance of seeing a few of those flakes flying. But by the time we get through midday tomorrow and into the afternoon, it's really going to be the wind that will be with us. By Saturday evening, the wind dies down a little bit, and another chance for a few showers coming in late Sunday into Monday of next week. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Numbers are going to stay in the 40s, as I mentioned, with overnight lows in the 30s. We spring forward this weekend with our time change. Don't forget about that. We will be rainy again on Monday, but then finally drying out by Tuesday and Wednesday of next week.
Well, for the first time in nearly 4 decades, Americans bought more vinyl records than CDs in 2022.
All right. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is in studio with more. Why?
Hey guys, the Recording Industry of America says roughly 41 million vinyl albums were sold last year compared to 33 million CDs. The popularity of vinyl records is fueled by indie rock fans who prefer its sound quality. They're also saying that young people are appreciating the nostalgic playing of records. Now, guys, do you prefer vinyl or CD? It's kind of a trick question because I guess everybody's streaming now, right? So,
yep, right.
Are we buying? I mean, the last time I bought a CD was probably about the same time I bought a record. I mean, what do you guys do?
That's a good point. My daughter just asked for a record player, you know, for her vinyls just a couple of years ago, and every once in a while she'll play them, but she's mainly listening. Like what you said, she just streams the music.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It's tough to bring a record player in your car or when you're jogging.
Yeah.
But no, you have one at your house.
I do. No, I asked for one a couple of years ago, Mark, because I'm a big vinyl fan, and and my wife got it for me for Christmas or birthday or something like that. And we have it in our house, and we play it. So at dinner time, what we do is we turn off the TV, and I pull a record out, and we put a record on, and it's just something random. Sometimes it's Waylon Jennings. Sometimes it's Michael Jackson. Sometimes it's Frank Sinatra. Just whatever vinyl I have, and a lot of times it's Wham. I'm not going to lie. A lot of times it's Wham. So.
Wham for dinner. Mark, I have 4 vinyls that I can think of. You know, 2 from Pearl Jam, 1 from Creedence Clearwater and Revival, and then the other one is Three Dog Night. Never Been to Spain, Harmony record, and that's it.
Yeah.
And I haven't played them 10, 15 years.
Yeah, I picked up a Miles Davis the other day.
Yeah, Miles Davis.
And then, of course, Prince.
Oh, gosh. Purple Rain?
We didn't hear from the youngster, though. We didn't hear from...
I own no vinyls.
She doesn't even know what a vinyl is.
I do. I certainly do. I certainly do. But streaming is you know, it's just easy.
You listen to a lot of music. You
a lot, always.
Yeah.
I'm always in a...
Okay, guys. Well, thanks so much.
Yeah. All right, well, guess what? Happening this morning, Harlem Globetrotters, there we are coming back to Baltimore, and you have a chance to win some tickets to see them live and on us. All you have to do is wait for your cue to call, and you could win 4 tickets to the March 19th show. Tip-off is at 11 a.m.
It's happening at the Chesapeake Employers Insurance Arena in Catonsville. Keep on watching. We'll give you that cue to call in. The Maryland Auto Show has a little bit of something for everybody. Just ahead in our hometown hotspot, a look at the new electric vehicles you could test drive.
And losing just an hour of sleep every spring may cause weeks of recovery time for some. How you can prepare now to make sure you don't miss a beat.
And one major necessity this Friday morning is an extra large cup of coffee.
Oh, it's really going to be important come Monday, too, when we lose that extra hour.
That's why it's important now.
It's important now to start caffeinating now. Make your headlines this morning. Yet another Norfolk Southern train derails, this time in Alabama.
Now, we're telling you it's happening now in Atlanta. We're to Meridian, Mississippi, before derailing yesterday.
Officials say that there were no injuries or road blockages, but it comes on the heels of two recent derailments in Ohio, including one last month in East Palestine, when the toxic materials contaminated the air, water, and soil. The National Transportation Safety Board announcing an investigation into the Alabama derailment and the safety culture and practices at Norfolk Southern.
Now, just after the Alabama derailment, Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw testified on Capitol Hill, vowing to fix the situation in East Palestine.
Now, investigative reporter Daryl Rowland with our Sinclair sister station in Columbus is joining us with the takeaways.
I want to begin today by expressing how deeply sorry I am for the impact this derailment has had on the residents of East Palestine and the surrounding communities.
Shaw told members of the Environment and Public Works Committee the railroad company already has invested $20 million into making the area whole. And he said that's, quote, just a down payment.
It's my personal commitment and Norfolk Southern's commitment that we're going to be there for as long as it takes to help East Palestine thrive and recover.
But several senators expressed skepticism about the railroad's assurances, including Senator Brown, after the 3-hour hearing.
This is a company that puts profits over public safety and has for years, and then they unleash their lobbyists to weaken the rules and to lobby Congress to deregulate. They've been very effective at that.
During the hearing, several senators expressed frustration that Shaw was only offering generalized commitments. Instead, Shaw just gave different versions of this answer several times.
We're committed to doing what's right for the folks of East Palestine and the community.
But Shaw would not be pinned down on specifics of whether the company would pay for people's medical bills long term, or compensate them for reduced property values, or end a new staff scheduling setup blamed for short-shifting rail car inspections, or to back a bipartisan safety bill that Vance, Brown, and other senators are sponsoring.
All I wanted from him was to assure people on national television, assure people in front of the Senate that they were going to do everything they promised.
Shaw also repeatedly pointed to Norfolk Southern's good safety record last year, despite the fact that since East Palestine, the railroad has had a derailment in Springfield earlier this month, a fatality in Cleveland this week, even a derailment in Alabama this morning. Finally, Massachusetts Senator Ed Markey shot back.
You're not having a good month. And it seems like every week there's another accident that Norfolk Southern is a part of in our country.
But Vance put part of the blame on a slow reaction from authorities, perhaps for racial reasons.
I think that our leadership, our media, and our politicians were slow to respond to this crisis, in part because a certain segment of our leadership feels like the people of East Palestine are a little out of style. They have the wrong politics. They're a little too rural, maybe a little too white.
This is Daryl Rowland.
Federal court, Massachusetts man accused of going on a rampage while on board United Airlines flight will have to undergo a mental health evaluation. Francisco Torres faces felony charge for interfering with a flight crew. The 33-year-old allegedly tried to open an emergency door mid-flight, also tried to stab a flight attendant with a broken spoon. Video you see right here of the incident showing passengers rushing to and then restraining Torres until the plane landed in Boston. If convicted, he faces life in prison and a fine of up to $250,000.
Taking you live to Capitol Hill, where the data breach for congressional members' health insurance is now much worse than originally reported. Hackers breached DC Health Link, and now the FBI says personal data is on sale on the dark web. The Associated Press reports a hacker claims to have stolen more than 55,000 records. The compromised data includes Social Security numbers, home addresses, and the insurance plans of Capitol Hill employees.
A fiery meeting ends with City Council voting not to confirm the city administrator. Just ahead, the response from the mayor coming today.
We're going to continue to work with our partners to make sure that any and everything that can be done will be done.
1 year since the deadly Stricker Street fire, and little progress has been made when it comes to addressing the vacant properties in Baltimore. Topping our next half hour, the proposed bill that could make a difference.
Our temperatures are chilly right now. Lots of cloud cover, but not really much in the way of rain yet. We'll break down when that rain moves in and how it's going to impact your weekend plans right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's do this.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
7 o'clock on this Friday morning. Thank you for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and I'm excited because we're going to be inside this weekend for sure if it's raining like today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, right?
Off and on rain showers throughout the day today. And guys, and you know, here's the deal. When we talk about the potential for some flakes flying and stuff, it gets harder and harder to happen when we get later and later in March. Right. You know, we've got more incoming solar radiation. We've got longer days, the time change coming up this weekend. So even though our temperatures are definitely colder and they're chilly, I just went outside myself a moment ago, and yeah, you'll definitely need a jacket. It feels like it's going to snow, but the thing is it probably will not. A lot of cloud cover that's out there right now over the Inner Harbor, and temperatures statewide that are staying above freezing, even in Garrett and Allegheny counties right near that freezing mark where we're seeing some of that wintry precip at this time. But most of us, Westminster, Bel Air, Chestertown, Annapolis, Laurel, all in the upper 30s and lower 40s at this moment. So here's a look at that HD radar. And again, just a few of those light showers, kind of a mix of rain and snow over near Cumberland, and some of the higher elevations, they are picking up some of those snow showers, but for us, not really much of anything. Overall, we are tracking that cold rain, however, that's going to be here throughout the day today and into the evening tonight, and then those temperatures that will stay cool. Mr. Bosos, we are good to go for your commute weather-wise over the next few hours. The afternoon and evening commute, that's when we're going to have to deal with the rain showers. So, Tom, how are we looking on the roads right now with any of the... Are we seeing any issues out there?
No, as of right now, we're looking pretty good around the Baltimore region. There is some incidents, then that's out in Frederick. There's 3 different incidents facing people out in the Frederick area, one on 70 as soon as you leave the city there, but it's not causing too many delays. Around Baltimore, though, taking a live look from our Lens Solar Traffic Networks, and it looks great.
We overwhelmingly voted in favor of a city administrator. And tonight, that office remains vacant because we have failed our constitutional duty to the citizens in the charter of this city. I am pissed off and I'm tired.
Continuing coverage this morning as Mayor Brandon Scott will speak on the nomination of city administrator today.
Last night, the majority of the city council committee voted to not confirm Faith Leach. You see her picture there on the left, who has been the acting city administrator since January.
Emotions were high during this meeting, some council members even walking out of the chambers.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning in front of City Hall with what led up to the chaos and what's happening today. Shannon?
Well, there will be a press conference today, Tom, and if it's anything like what we saw last night, we can expect fiery words right here at City Hall. The mayor will be back here at City Hall at 10 a.m. for this press conference where he's going to be addressing his pick for city administrator and this whole issue that happened last night with this vote. Now, again, we don't have a whole lot of information about what he's going to be talking about, the details of that, but it comes after this very heated meeting where, as you mentioned, the majority of the committee voted not to confirm Faith Leach. Leach has been the acting city administrator since January, but council members grilled her on her role in city government and why the position is necessary within City Hall in the first place, even though voters voted for it. Now, Councilman James Torrance even walked out of the chamber during the vote. You can see that in this video. He and Councilman Odette Ramos were the only ones to vote to confirm Leach, and they say the vote to not confirm Leach is not valid because Councilman Costello was not physically present in the chamber for the vote. He instead voted virtually.
They change the rules when it suits them. I will personally be exploring whether or not we can get it back, okay? Because it is completely unfair to leave the city without the leadership of a CAO Leach. I think she's highly well qualified to make this happen.
In my committee, we've had countless votes where people voted virtually, and this is no different. In addition to that, the majority of members present also voted against the nomination.
Now, we did reach out to the mayor's office for comment on this vote, and we didn't hear back. But again, we do expect to hear from him in this press conference here at City Hall starting at 10 this morning. So, of course, we will be following this very closely, and we'll keep you posted. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, the new Maryland State report card is showing the Baltimore City public school system is the lowest rated in the state.
Now, every school is given a rating from 1 to 5 stars, with 5 being the best. Baltimore City's had 29 schools with just 1-star rating.
Now, the next lowest rated is Baltimore County school system with 5 schools rated 1 star. For parents of the city school system, they say this is hard to digest.
It's quite alarming. You know, we should have some type of urgency around fixing this issue.
You know, we have to expect more from our city.
When the last report card was released 3 years ago, Baltimore City had 12 1-star schools.
We're saying that we're getting worse in these areas.
Quite frankly, the district is not doing a very good job of educating students.
Now, after reviewing the report card, school CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises issued a statement saying, while the immediate results are not surprising, we strongly believe that we have strategies that over time will lead to enhanced student achievement.
For even the CEO of city schools to say it's not surprising that this has happened, it's quite alarming. I think that there is way too much money being dumped into the public school system when they're not giving the results that kids deserve to have.
Baltimore School for the Arts was the only 5-star school in the district.
This is just the latest troubling report, though, on Baltimore City Public Schools. In fact, this week, Project Baltimore revealed graduation rates in Baltimore City have hit a 9-year low. Last month, Project Baltimore report showed 23 schools had 0 students proficient in math from those who took the test. That's 2,000 students who took the state math test at these schools, and not one performed math at grade level. And at that time, Fox 45 News heard from some parents who told us they don't have confidence in city school CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises.
I have no confidence in Dr. Santelises because where is she?
We have a CEO who is in charge of these schools and as well as the school board, and I know complaints have been sent to them and they need to hold themselves accountable.
She needs to go.
Yes.
Project Baltimore has done extensive reporting into the failures within city schools, public city schools. You can find their reports right on our website, foxbaltimore.com/Project Baltimore.
Fox 45 News continues to demand answers from city leaders after 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was shot and killed in a park. He was supposed to be in school at the time. An Italian restaurant in downtown Baltimore held a fundraiser on Thursday for Carter's family. He's the 6th Baltimore City student to be shot and killed this year. Forno's owner, Ricky Johnson, donating a portion of Thursday's dinner rush to Carter's loved ones, some of whom worked alongside him at the restaurant.
It's been tough. Everyone wants to help because we care about the family. Being around him and his dad and his cousin all at once, I know it was special.
This was not the only event held for Isaiah this week. On Tuesday, the community organized a vigil to honor his memory, mourn his loss. Many of those in attendance called for change inside of city schools.
There's hard issues, and we have a hard time talking about it, but it's time to start talking about it.
Now, we want to know what you think. Does there need to be a change in leadership in Baltimore public school system? So far, 96% of voters say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Pulse tab to weigh in there.
7:08, and this morning, law enforcement officials in Mexico and the U.S., they're investigating the Mexican cartel members who are now allegedly confessing to kidnapping and killing 2 of the 4 U.S. citizens. The handwritten letter believed to be from the Scorpion faction of the Gulf Cartel, which apologizes to Zindell Brown, Latavia McGee, Shaid Woodard, and Eric Williams and their families. Now, there are also claims in that letter that the cartel has turned over the 5 members responsible. You see the image right here for that kidnapping. Law enforcement officials on both sides of the border say the letter is authentic and the group was targeted in the case of mistaken identity. Now, for the first time this morning, though, we're now hearing from the friend who traveled with that group from South Carolina but wasn't able to cross the border because she didn't have the proper ID. Cheryl Orange recalls the moment that she found out her friends were in extreme danger.
My stomach was in knots, and I just began praying. I just began praying for the return of them. I didn't know much about the cartels, and I started looking up videos, and it was bad. It was bad. I began to think the worst.
The bodies of Woodard and Brown, seen here arriving back in the U.S., are now in Brownsville, Texas funeral home. Woodard's father saying yesterday it would have been his son's 34th birthday. As for Eric Williams, he underwent his second surgery yesterday, having rods in both legs. Williams was shot 3 times by his kidnappers. Latavia McGee was not injured in that kidnapping and is now back home. And we're going to continue to follow this throughout the morning and bring you any updates as soon as they come in. That's all right here from the Live Center.
All right, let's switch gears here and get a check at your weekend forecast. Here's meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, guys, we are taking a look at our Towson camera right now. A lot of cloud cover out there at this time from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. The sun is up, but we won't see much of the sun today as we'll see the chilly conditions and tracking a few of those light snow showers in parts of western Maryland right now. We push it a little bit closer just outside of Hagerstown and right around to the west of Martinsburg is where we're picking up a few of those light snow showers. Not really getting much even there in terms of accumulation. We are seeing those temperatures in the 30s and lower 40s, so definitely grab a jacket as you head out and probably an extra layer if you want to get a run or a jog. In fact, you can do that over the next couple of hours because we do stay dry. That rain not really impacting us till after about 10 o'clock this morning. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
Baltimore feels the heat as the open-air drug market crisis continues. In our next half hour, House City State's Attorney Ivan Bates has been tackling the issue since taking office.
And tomorrow, before heading to bed, you might want to change your clocks. After the break, how you can effectively adjust your body to daylight saving. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:14, happening this weekend. Daylight saving starts this Sunday morning, and twice a year our bodies adjust to the shift in sunlight and sleep change. Some are able to deal with it, while others can't handle the change as well. Joining us now, Section Head of Sleep Medicine at the University of Maryland Medical Center Midtown, Dr. Emerson Wickwire. Dr. Wickwire, thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here.
It's just 1 hour, and we're going, how can this be such an issue? For some people, it takes them weeks to recover. Why is that?
Well, there are three reasons. The first is that it's only an hour, but our bodies are very finely tuned, particularly as pertains to our internal circadian or biological rhythms. The second is that there are 300 million people in the United States, and even though not all are impacted by daylight savings time, the amplified effect at the population level is significant. And the third, and I know we'll talk about sleep tips a little bit later, is that the consequences can be very significant, not only in terms of health outcomes, increased risk for heart attack and stroke and so forth, but in terms of motor vehicle crash. The number of fatal motor vehicle crashes increases significantly. Be safe when you're on the road.
Okay. Yeah, that's great to point out there. We're talking about 8 hours of night, and some people will say, okay, uninterrupted sleep each day, and if I didn't get that, well, I'll nap later, or I'll catch up in a couple days, I'll sleep more on the weekend. How does that impact their sleep patterns?
It's a great question. We don't yet know the answer to the question, how long does it take to make up for lost sleep? We do know, however, and much of this research has been conducted right down the road at the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research. Of course, the military is particularly attuned to keeping people alert and safe in high-pressure environments. We know that 3 days is not enough. A number of experiments have looked at chronic sleep restriction and then recovery sleep. And even after 3 days of being able to catch up for lost sleep, our neurocognitive performance, the way our brains are working and reacting, is still significantly impaired. Okay. Now, one thing that we can do, Tom, is we can bank sleep, just the same way that when we put our savings in a bank, it earns interest and grows over time. Prior to periods of heightened stress or known sleep loss, just like now, by oversleeping, that can help reduce the negative effects of not getting enough sleep.
That's perfect. And we were putting up some of the tips and the advice that you gave us too on the screen while you were talking about that, about how to set up our bedroom. Dr. Wickwire, thank you so much for giving us a couple minutes of your expertise. And yeah, spring forward, right?
Have a great morning.
You too. Well, now we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the weather, and it looks like the cloudy weather right now is perfect sleeping weather.
Absolutely, Tom. And, you know, we talked about it earlier, staying inside for today because we'll have more of those rain showers and definitely an inside type weekend potentially. I mean, we've got the temperatures that are definitely colder. The biggest thing about daylight saving time, at least with me, just don't put an S on there. All right, it's not daylight savings. It's not a savings and loan. It's daylight saving time. We are saving daylight, not plural. All right. Now my rant is over. All right, our cloudy skies continue here this morning. And yeah, definitely good for sleeping in. I know we all got to get to work, right? 40 is your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Not much in the way of wind right now. And you can see on our HD radar, we're picking up just a few light snow showers just to the west of Martinsburg, West Virginia, and west of Hagerstown as well. But overall, even in parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties where we have that winter weather advisory, we're not seeing much, just a couple of light showers there. That winter weather advisory, the areas in purple, that does go until 2 o'clock this afternoon. And when you kind of widen out that picture, you can see some of that blue mixed in with the green. But none of this is impacting us yet in Baltimore or in areas in central Maryland. That's going to take a couple more hours before it gets here. So notice we stayed dry through about 9 o'clock this morning, kind of an easterly wind helping to keep the cloud cover that's in there. By about 10 o'clock this morning, that's when some of that cold rain moves in. You can see a little bit of blue right there in parts of Frederick and maybe into Carroll County through 11 a.m. So don't be surprised if some of those elevations that are a bit higher see a few flakes flying. But most of us here around the Baltimore region will just see that cold rain. Off and on showers through about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Watch what happens as we go forward in time. This is about 4 p.m. That's when we're expecting the heaviest rain to really move through. So it is going to be a pretty kind of a messy evening commute, even through about 5, 6 o'clock this evening. Now, the rain is going to move out of here in the overnight hours, and we'll have another round of at least a few showers for you early tomorrow morning. Here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, as those kids get back to class here this morning. Definitely make sure to send them with the umbrella, as they are going to see the rain later this afternoon, not so much this morning, and temperatures that are not going to do much, only get to the low and mid 40s. Those numbers staying around for most of Carroll and Baltimore counties, even in Harford and Cecil counties. All you're going to get to is the low to mid 40s. So yeah, definitely an inside day. And check the temperature tracker too. We were above average the last couple of days. We're going to slide below average starting today and all the way through the weekend into early next week. Notice a little bit improvement there. Thursday and Friday of next week, we will finally see some numbers start coming back up. It's almost springtime, but it's still winter. Even though we haven't had a big winter storm, one is not going to be it either, as we'll see a few of those leftover showers early tomorrow morning, possibly mixing in with some of that rain. So could see a few flakes flying then. The wind will pick up tomorrow afternoon, but eventually die down by tomorrow evening. And Sunday doesn't look too bad. However, there's another weather maker coming in Sunday evening into Monday morning that's going to impact our commute on Monday. So we got about 3 or 4 days to get through all of this before we dry out on Tuesday and eventually start warming back up. Back to you.
All right, let's go ahead and check your roads for the Len Stoller Traffic Network. And we're looking at the cameras around the Baltimore region. As you can see, everything is pretty much in the green here, and you've no issues to report for you guys this morning. All right, a live look now from our Len Stoller mobile track. Our photographer Graham is in Maryland on 140. He's heading to Taneytown.
Fox 45 invites you to come out and join us at the Be More Healthy Expo. It's coming up Saturday, March 25th at the Baltimore Convention Center. Doors open at 10, they close at 4. Expo can help guide you on your journey toward a healthier lifestyle. You can receive free health screenings, check out cooking demonstrations, dances, even learn more about life-saving skills.
From the Live Center, the latest on the country's economic conditions. The new numbers today that could shine a light on the future of inflation.
And we're here at the Baltimore Convention Center this morning, where the Maryland Auto Show is actually getting underway. We'll give you a sneak peek inside the show and some of the cool vehicles you can see here in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by the Maryland Auto Show.
And 24 and car enthusiasts fulfill your automotive dreams at the Maryland Auto Show.
Yeah, that's right. It's happening this weekend at the Baltimore Convention Center. And this morning for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson is there already with what we can expect. Good morning, Amy.
Ooh. Good morning. Yeah, I don't know much about cars, but I'm with someone who does. I'm here with Jason Fogelson, senior editor at Kelley Blue Book. So you know a thing or two about everything here in the convention center this weekend.
Yes, I do.
And we are standing by actually one of the coolest cars that you have on display. You can't really see this anywhere else, so that's a reason to come out and check it out here.
No, this is actually a pre-production model. This is the 2024 Ford Mustang. It's the next generation of the car that's been around since 1964.
Oh, wow.
And it, you know, even though we're in a transitional period right now where we're going to electric cars, this is a gas car. And 95% of the cars sold in the United States are still powered by gasoline. So, you know, this is what people are still looking for.
So
and this
grabs
is
attention.
so cool.
It looks very fancy. Too fancy to drive almost. So this is one option that you can see. But then, of course, electric cars are all the rage right now. You've got lots of them on display here. This yellow one, for example.
Yeah,
right?
This is the Ford Mustang Mach-E GT. So this is a performance electric vehicle, and it's also an SUV. So it's, you know, it's really,
cool.
You know, this is what the future looks like.
Right.
And the future is really cool.
Okay, and I hear you can actually test drive some of these here too, and we're going to do that later this morning.
That's right. You can get a ride inside. So no matter what the weather is, you can get a ride inside. And there are several electric cars here that you can get a ride in, which is really, you know, a next level experience.
Okay, cool.
If you've never been in an electric car, you have to do it.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to do it later this morning, so something to look forward to. If you want more information right now on coming out to the Maryland Auto Show, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks, and you can get all the details there. Tom, Taylor, you think I can drive one of these things? Yeah. I don't know.
You need to get in that Mustang.
I should say this on air. I'm not the best driver.
on back.
Come on, yeah, take it around here. Let us jump in with you.
Let's do
that one?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Amy. We have a cold morning out there with rain showers headed our way.
Coming up, our Weather Authority team is going to take a look at how this weather maker holds up moving into the weekend.
A new plan to tackle the vacant home crisis across the city. That announcement coming later this morning. Just ahead, I'm live with a preview. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All righty here. Good morning. Friday, March 10th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it looks like the perfect day to stay inside and grab a book.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
Grab a book.
Grab a book.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, what are you reading?
Why do you guys have different coffee mugs over there?
She still feels wintry and festive.
Uh-huh.
And I've moved
You don't.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That makes sense. Yeah, book. I don't know, binge some stuff, catch up on your shows, do those inside things. I was out yesterday, and maybe you were as well. Beautiful conditions with temperatures in the 50s. I actually got the grass cut yesterday, and finally, I was so irritated looking at it. I was like, well, I think I'm the first one in the neighborhood. But either way, got the grass cut. I left Creed's side to him so he can do his because I wasn't sure. You know, you don't want to step on another man's, like, grass. You know, you have the line right there. I was like, I don't know if he wants me to cut it or not. Yeah, I was just like, yeah, exactly. So, all right, looking at a few showers moving in right now. We are seeing a few light snow showers in parts of western Maryland, but other than that, not much here. In fact, look at these temperatures. Pretty much all of us in the mid-Atlantic are above freezing. So anything that we do get, mainly a cold rain and, again, a few flakes possibly mixed in. But overall, as you rise and shine with us next couple of hours, upper 30s and lower 40s here on your Rise and Shine cast for the morning time. We're going to be chilly today and tomorrow and throughout most of the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that forecast for you coming up.
All right, now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Let's check your live regional cameras. As you can see, not even a lot of volume out there right now at 7:31. We'll keep you updated, but no issues to report.
Their dedication, commitment, and devotion to the community, their co-workers, and their families will always be remembered, and their memories shall never fade. May they continue to rest in peace as we now hold a moment of silence in honor of our fallen.
And now to a city in crisis. It's been more than a year since Lieutenant Paul Buttram, Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Lacayo were all killed in a vacant home that was on fire, and it collapsed right on them.
Now, the tragedy triggers calls for change when it comes to how vacant structures are handled in the city. Many Baltimore residents feel that the presence of vacant buildings facilitates crime, impacts public health, and contributes to inequity in the city.
Today, Baltimore City Council members Odette Ramos and James Torrance will introduce a bill to address the vacant home crisis in Baltimore City. And Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a look at the proposed bill, how it could make a difference in Baltimore. Shannon?
Our members are still remembering those 3 members that lost their lives a year ago.
Sure. Yeah. Now, again, he was just talking about the tragic deaths of Lieutenant Buttram, Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Lacayo. They were killed more than a year ago now when that vacant house that had caught fire collapsed, their deaths highlighting the critical vacant home problem in Baltimore City. It's one that the city leaders will address today. A press conference announcing the proposed legislation set for 11 o'clock this morning. After that, council members Ramos and Torrance say they will introduce this ordinance at Monday's city council meeting.
Now, we've been following the crisis for vacant homes here in Baltimore for years now. You can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, open-air drug markets continue to cause problems in Baltimore City. Despite a promise from City State's Attorney Ivan Bates to prosecute low-level drug crimes, many in the community say that's not happening yet, and police are watching drug deals happen right in front of them. Now, since Bates took office, Baltimore police have made 240 arrests for simple possession. Law enforcement analyst Melissa Pinkleton, though, says that's surprising considering the city's population.
With that many people in the city of Baltimore and that number of arrests for simple possession, it does seem, for me, kind of low. Simple possession is the gateway crime to further crimes. There's always drugs and guns together. It's kind of like peanut butter and jelly, except drugs and guns.
City Council member Zeke Cohen says that he has noticed what he calls drug deals happening right in broad daylight with police just feet away.
And we know that it is polluting and harming our communities. I want to see officers out of their cars engaging with folks.
Police Commissioner Michael Harrison addressing that issue during this week's public safety hearing, saying those instructions have been given out, but not everyone follows. He says it is something the department will need to double down on.
Councilman Z. Cohen isn't the only council member to raise concern about open-air drug markets in the past few months. Now, we've also heard from Councilman Eric Costello and Yitzi Scheifler. Both of them have said they believe drug markets are dangerous and drive violent crime.
It's one of the largest open-air drug markets in the state of Maryland, if not the largest, at Pennsylvania Avenue and Lawrence Street. Myself and other elected leaders have raised the alarm about that. And we will continue to ask BPD to put the necessary resources in place.
You need to prosecute these lower-level crimes because it always escalates. You know, you go from minor possession, selling, distribution, leads to shootings, leads to homicide.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on open-air drug markets in Baltimore City. You can find our past reports on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Excuse me, are you a student at Patterson?
Yes, he is.
Are you leaving in the middle of the day?
Yeah.
Crisis in the classroom continues as a new Maryland State report card is out. The possible correlation between attendance and lower test grades.
And today we're expecting cold rain with temps in the 40s. Still to come, our Weather Authority team of meteorologists is taking a look at if we could warm up into the weekend. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. Our Weather Authority forecast here. Yeah, kind of a gray start to your weekend and temperatures that are cooler. We're not seeing any rain here in the Baltimore region yet. That'll change over the next couple of hours. Numbers mainly in the mid to upper 30s and even some lower 40s out there for Baltimore down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So if you do want to get out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, you're fine, and you're going to stay dry too, because later today, that's when that rain is going to impact you. We'll take you through it hour by hour so you can plan your weekend coming up.
All right, starting off here with a live look from Washington, D.C. this morning, where the big monthly jobs report is dropping at 8:30. It's going to have the eyes of economists and Wall Street, with a lot riding on what it will reveal about the labor market and the state of our economy. Now, last month's report blew away expectations, showing more than 500,000 jobs were added in January. We expect half that number in this report this morning. But analysts are skittish after missing the mark last month by such a wide margin. The unemployment rate currently sits at 3.4%, the lowest since 1969. And analysts are watching to see if that's going to tick any higher this morning. It'll be a sign if layoffs are rising. Now, we've already had several other reports drop just this week suggesting the labor market's still hot, but it is cooling. The number of open jobs in America fell by 400,000 to 10.8 million. But that's still almost 2 jobs for every unemployed person right now.
The small business world, the 50 employers or less, actually lost 61,000 jobs. So I think we're already seeing a change in the marketplace. And because it's hit the small business community so hard, I do think that's going to spiral from there.
Weekly unemployment claims also just posted their biggest increase in 5 months. It's still low at 211,000, but overall last week, that's still the first time we are back over that 200,000 mark since January. That's the latest here from the Live Center. You've heard of food deserts, but what about food swamps? Next, where Baltimore stands nationwide when it comes to the most fast food options and why that's not such a good thing.
And could vinyl records be making a comeback? We'll tell you coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
All right, when you look around your neighborhood, do you see more fast food or junk food options than healthy alternatives? Well, a report from CBS News ranked Baltimore as one of the most fast food dense cities in the country. This morning, Dr. Charles Hong, professor of medicine and physiology at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, joins us to weigh in. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you.
Now let's first talk about what food swamps are, and then we'll get into the danger of them.
Sure. Food swamps are an area where there's an abundance of fast food, junk, and convenient food stores that outnumber the healthy food choice options like traditional grocery stores.
Okay, because typically we think about food deserts as not having enough grocery stores. So you're saying here we've got a lot of fast food, and in some areas as well as a food desert. How does that impact the overall health of the community?
Yeah, actually, we've known for quite a while that food swamps, living near food swamps, is a risk factor for obesity. It sort of makes sense because fast foods are higher in salt content and higher in fat content and higher in inorganic phosphate additives as well, because these are the additives that makes fast food tastes better and go down. It gets you kind of hooked into these foods. But the recent studies suggest that it also impacts health outcomes above and beyond obesity and hypertension. It suggests that it actually increases risk of having strokes.
So long term, more so than just you could gain some weight, there are some serious health implications here. It's really easy when you're driving down the road to just go pick fast food because it's convenient. What can you do to find another healthier alternative?
Yeah, it's actually interesting. In that study, about 72% of respondents actually live within the food swamp. So everybody knows what food desert is, but food swamp is all around us. And so it's hard to avoid it, especially if you live within the suburban and urban communities. So it's up to you, up to us to actually make healthier choices. And this just means conscious habit of avoiding fast foods, making healthier choices. So instead of going for a quick bite after long days at work at a fast food place, going home and actually having a cooked meal, even if it takes a little bit longer and an extra effort, making a conscious decision on a daily basis.
It's a lot of work, but it's so important for our health.
Yes, and it's one of those things that this is all part of us, so we can't avoid food swamp. And it turns out that according to these studies, most of us live in food swamps.
Okay. Dr. Charles Hong will do a better job of picking healthy options as we continue with our day here on this Friday. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And speaking of this day, maybe you can avoid a food swamp by staying home.
That's one way to do it. Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers saying maybe soup is the day.
Yeah, and
right?
It's interesting, you said about all the fast food places, because there are so many great restaurants in Baltimore, right? And the region. I mean, there's so many good restaurants out there. So, yeah, either way, it is definitely a stay-at-home afternoon or evening. Yeah, soup maybe make some pizza tonight with the kids, or maybe make it with your wife or your husband or your girlfriend or your boyfriend or your ex-wife or okay, I'll stop. Our live cam right now in Towson, we are seeing some of that cloud cover and temperatures that are in the upper 30s and lower 40s. So we really haven't dropped very much. We thought we'd see some widespread low to mid 30s, and that would give us a lot better chance of seeing any snow if that precipitation were here, but right at 40 degrees, so staying well above freezing at this time. Now, we are seeing a few light snow showers that were just to the west of Martinsburg and Hagerstown, but look how paltry this system really is. It's really kind of petering out, not doing even very much there in parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties, where we still have winter weather advisories until 2 o'clock this afternoon. The larger picture, most of that heavier precipitation is well to the north of us, so parts of Pennsylvania. If you're heading north on 83, going up toward Altoona, Chambersburg, out toward Pittsburgh, that's where you'll see more of that wintry weather. And then you look even further out, and you can really see that large area of low pressure bringing a good amount of snow to the Great Lakes region, Detroit, all the way across the lakes into Chicago and Milwaukee at this time, while we're mainly just dealing with a few light showers around here. Let's track our future scan. So this takes us through 9 o'clock this morning. Notice we're still dry along the 95 corridor, starting to see a little bit of that wet weather move in from Frederick over to Gaithersburg. And right around the 10 o'clock hour, you'll see that get closer here to parts of Howard and Arundel counties, down into parts of Carroll County as well. Excuse me, as we put this thing into motion and go forward, this takes us through 11 o'clock this morning. And notice in Carroll County, some of that blue mixed in with the green. So we do have that potential of seeing a few flakes flying for some of you. By the time we get to about 2 o'clock this afternoon, a couple of scattered showers, that's it. But the heavier rain, it starts about 4 o'clock this afternoon. And this is going to last from between about 4 and 6 to maybe even 7 o'clock tonight, where we'll see that colder rain and that wind that will pick up from the south into the evening time. Our temperatures don't do much. We're talking about 40s here throughout the day, so we're going to go in the below average category, and we'll kind of keep that below average trend going as we head into the weekend. Notice those numbers, low to mid 40s across central Maryland for your highs this afternoon. Even temperatures in New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. keeping those 40s up and down the 95 corridor. All right, let's check the larger picture, our future scan. That area of low pressure moving through. It heads out to the east tomorrow. The backside of that may be picking up a few showers, a couple of stray showers there into early tomorrow morning. But pretty much by the afternoon, that rain and all that precip is moving out. We just have the wind that's back behind us. And then Saturday night, not looking too bad. Of course, the time change this weekend. We do have a few showers moving in late Sunday into Monday. So Monday is going to be a little bit more of a wetter commute that we'll have to deal with. Another system that will keep us unsettled through the weekend. Here's your 7-day forecast. Numbers staying mainly in the mid to upper 40s all the way through Monday. Even on Tuesday of next week, we're going to keep those numbers on the cooler side, finally getting back to some 50s with drier weather to the middle of next week.
Taking a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and really no issues around Baltimore. You have to head down to D.C. This is on Maryland 200, and 3 vehicles involved there. The good news about this accident there, though, is traffic is starting to move again. Also, no ambulance were called, so that means hopefully, as you see, the troopers are there. That means nobody got injured in this, but that one vehicle right next to the tow truck is smashed, both the front and back sides of that one. So it looks like it could be another few minutes before this clears up. Also, we have some accidents in Frederick there. They're causing some slowdowns, but we want to find out exactly what Graham is doing in the Lens Stoller mobile track. We put him on snow patrol, and he's cruising around Taneytown right now, trying to see if he can see any snowflakes or 1 or 2 of them falling this morning. So he'll be cruising around showing you exactly what it looks like on 140 right now.
And we're here at the Maryland Auto Show at the Baltimore Convention Center, where some of the newest vehicles are parked and ready to be checked out. We'll give you a sneak peek inside the show later this morning.
Coming up sometime this morning, you have a chance to win tickets to see the Harlem Globetrotters live. Stay tuned for your cue to call.
And you know what would really help me become a hooper this morning?
A little caffeine.
A little caffeine.
It's time for a coffee break. 7:54 on this Friday morning, and for the first time in nearly 4 decades, Americans bought more vinyl records than CDs. That happened just last year in 2022.
Yeah, that's right. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is in studio with why people are lining up for vinyls.
That's right. The recording industry of America says roughly 41 million vinyl albums were sold last year compared to 33 million CDs. The popularity of vinyl records is fueled by indie rock fans who prefer its sound quality. They're also saying that young people are appreciating the nostalgia of playing records. Guys, do you prefer vinyl or CDs? I was thinking, Tom, do you remember the first record you ever purchased? Taylor, you never purchased one, but Tom?
The first record, I believe, and don't get mad at this, but I believe it was Stryper. It was a Christian rock group way back when. And my father came in and broke it, so then I bought the cassette tape version of it. He said, "This isn't music, this is just screaming." and that was it. And
wow.
Yeah.
And that was a Christian rock group?
Yeah, Christian rock group.
Your dad was tough, Tom. Your dad was tough. He wasn't having it.
If you ever listen to the album, you're like, okay, is this music? It's just people screaming. So yeah, you're like, all right.
Well, I remember Rockin' Robin from Michael Jackson's.
Okay.
And on a little bitty record player I had. And so that was my first. And again, Taylor, I'm sorry. So do you even remember, what's your memory of vinyl? What's your memory of vinyl?
Look, I'll tell you, I don't have any memory of vinyl. But I do remember when we had CDs and you could hit that button and it shuffled. And you had that system that shuffled all the CDs with different songs. That was my era, and I thought that was so
That was pretty neat when it would come out, too, sometimes.
Yes, it would come out.
That's right, I got 6 CDs in here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What about the 8-track? Nobody get no love for the 8-track?
What's that?
My uncle had a pickup truck with an 8-track in it, and we used it to actually prop the door window open because that, there's little flaps in the front of the windows. It would always shut, so he put his 8-track tapes in there and kept it open.
A door stopper. All right.
We'll tell you about it off air, Taylor.
Okay.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
Our sponsors right here, Harlem Globetrotter ticket giveaway. Now is your cue to call in and win those tickets to their upcoming show at the Chesapeake Employers Insurance Arena. That's in Catonsville. It's UMBC's gym. Call the number right now on your screen. Caller number 10 wins those 4 tickets to the show happening March 19th. Number 410-481-4545. Good luck.
And some rain showers and colder temps to kick off your weekend. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers will track when we see some spring-like weather in the Baltimore region.
A fiery meeting ends with City Council voting not to confirm the city administrator. Just ahead, the press conference that the mayor is now holding in response. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, it is a Friday morning, March 10th, and it feels like an early March morning here. I'm Tom Rogers.
It definitely does. I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's get over to meteorologist Dustin Chambers.
This is what an 8-track tape looks like.
Yeah, a little bit bigger than that.
Definitely bigger, yeah.
Brick.
You would put the brick in the thing and play it, and it would go through. This would be 4 cassettes.
Buttons down.
Yeah, pushed it down.
Push them in, you know?
Yeah.
Never seen that in my life.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
Google it. You can
I
see
will.
what it looks like. All right. I'll take my big 8-track tape over here. We had one in our Volvo, in our 1980 Volvo, our family, and we had the 8-track player in there. Then we went to cassettes, and cassettes were a lot better. You could put the little the pencil through the thing to wind up the tape. All right, our live cam here in downtown Baltimore. Nothing to wind up here. We've got a lot of cloud cover out there, still tracking the rain, and we're seeing some light snow in parts of western Maryland, just north of Frederick over toward Hagerstown, out toward Cumberland, seeing a little bit of that. But overall, we're still not really seeing much of anything here. In fact, the rain is still holding off, so that means it's good for your morning commute, staying dry. Numbers in the upper 30s and lower 40s here across the region, so definitely grab a jacket as you head out. And unfortunately, our numbers don't do much today. They're going to stay right there in the low to mid 40s. So kind of a cold and rainy afternoon into the evening time. We'll take a closer look at your hour by hour forecast and let you know when the rain moves out of here. That's coming up in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Tom? I know you had an incident earlier you were tracking.
Yeah, that was down near the D.C. area. Right now, though, around Baltimore, it's just the volume. We don't have any incidents to report now, but 200 when you're south of Laurel right there, right above D.C. There's 3 vehicles there, and that was a pretty nasty collision, so that may be a little while to clean up. Continuing coverage this morning and happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott will be speaking on his nomination of the city administrator.
Last night, the majority of the city council committee voted not to confirm Faith Leach, who's been the acting city administrator since January.
Emotions ran high during that meeting, too, with some council members even walking out of the chambers.
We overwhelmingly voted in favor of a city administrator. And tonight, that office remains vacant because we have failed our constitutional duty to the citizens in the charter of this city. I am pissed off and I'm tired.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with what led up to that chaos and what's happening today. Shannon.
Well, there will be a press conference today, Taylor, and if it's anything like what we saw there last night, we can expect some fiery words here at City Hall. Again, the mayor is the one holding this press conference this morning, starting at 10 this morning. We know that he's going to be addressing his pick for city administrator following that very tense meeting last night. Now, we don't have a whole lot of information about what he's going to be talking about, just that he's going to be addressing this after that meeting, which, again, as you mentioned, is where the majority of the committee voted not to confirm Faith Leach, or his pick for city administrator. Now, Leach has been the acting city administrator since January, but council members grilled her on her role in city government and why the position is necessary in City Hall in the first place, although, remember, voters did vote for it. Now, you can see right here, Councilman James Torrance walking out of the chamber during this vote. He and Councilwoman Odette Ramos were the only ones to vote to confirm Leach, and they say the vote not to confirm Leach should not count because Councilman Costello was not physically present in the chamber for the vote. He instead voted virtually.
They change the rules when it suits them. I will personally be exploring whether or not we can get it back, okay? Because it is completely unfair to leave the city without the leadership of CAO Leach. I think she's highly well qualified to make this happen.
In my committee, we've had countless votes where people voted virtually, and this is no different. In addition to that, the majority of members present also voted against the nomination.
Yeah, we reached out to the mayor's office for comments on this vote, and we did not get a response. But again, he is expected to make a public statement about this in just about 2 hours. Of course, we will be at this press conference, and we will be keeping you posted. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. That wasn't the only hearing the committee held last night. They also heard about the mayor's new Clean Core program. That program gives nearly $15 million of the American Rescue Plan funds into the hands of 6 nonprofits working to clean up trash in Baltimore. City Council member Yichi Slifer, though, says the extra funding overlaps with the City Council.
Why in the world would, the administration give $15 million towards privatization of community groups
to perform these functions and to hire people when that's exactly what we're trying to do.
Schleifer says the money should go to the Department of Public Works, which has been struggling to hire workers and update their equipment.
Turning now to your crisis in the classroom, the new Maryland State Report Card is out, and it shows that Baltimore City schools had the lowest rated record in the state. Now, every school is giving a rating from 1 to 5 stars, with 1 being the best. Baltimore City had 29 schools with 1 star. Just below that, Baltimore County schools with 5 stars with 1 star. 5 schools, rather, with 1 star. For parents and education advocates, this report is difficult to digest.
It's quite alarming. You know, we should have some type of urgency around fixing this issue.
You know, we have to expect more from our city.
When the last report card was released 3 years ago, Baltimore City had 12 one-star schools.
We're saying that we're getting worse in these areas.
Quite frankly, the district is not doing a very good job of educating students.
After reviewing the report card, City School CEO Dr. Sonia Centelises issued a statement reading, "While the immediate results are not surprising, we strongly believe that we have strategies that, over time, will lead to enhanced student achievement."
For even the CEO of City Schools to say it's not surprising that this has happened, it's quite alarming. I think that there is way too much money being dumped into the public school system when they're not giving the results that kids deserve to have.
The Baltimore School for the Arts was the only 5-star school in Baltimore City.
We want to know what you think. Does there need to be a change in leadership in the Baltimore City public school system? So far, 95% of voters say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
8:06, and from the Live Center this morning, law enforcement officials in Mexico and the U.S. investigating Mexican cartel members who are now allegedly confessing to kidnapping and killing some of the 4 U.S. citizens. The handwritten letter, actually, we have an image of that right here, is believed to be from the Scorpion faction of the Gulf Cartel, which apologizes to Zindell Brown, Latavia McGee, Shahid Woodard, and Eric Williams, plus their families. And there are also claims in the letter that Cartel has turned over 5 members who were involved. This is the other image coming from Fox News right here. You see them all cuffed, basically, and their shirts pulled over their heads here. These are the ones that they say are responsible for the kidnapping, and that's the cartel's version. Law enforcement officials on both sides of the border say the letter is authentic and the group was targeted in the case of mistaken identity. Now, for the first time this morning, we're now hearing from the friend who traveled with that group from South Carolina but was not able to cross the border because she didn't have proper ID. Cheryl Orange recalls the moment she found out her friends were in extreme danger.
My stomach was in knots, and I just began praying. I just began praying for the return of them. I didn't know much about the cartels, and I started looking up videos, and it was bad. It was bad. I began to think the worst.
Well, the bodies of Woodard and Brown, seen here arriving back in the U.S., are now inside a Brownsville, Texas funeral home. Woodard's father saying just yesterday it would have been his son's 34th birthday. As for Eric Williams, the man shot 3 times, he underwent his second surgery yesterday, having rods put in both legs. Williams was shot 3 times by his kidnappers. Latavia McGee was not injured in the kidnapping and is now back home. And we're going to continue following this story throughout the morning and bring you any updates as soon as they come in from our Live Center.
Change may be on the way for vacant properties in the city of Baltimore. Still ahead, the bill that looks to start getting rid of them.
Pushback over a proposal to expand public transportation between the city and the county. How one lawmaker is fighting to let voters decide.
More of the same with our weak winter season, where the weather is just not cooperating in terms of bringing us actual snow. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect for the rest of the weekend right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Stick around, won't you? All right, welcome back, everybody. Our Weather Authority forecast here at 8:11. We are tracking some rain showers that are going to be moving in over the next couple of hours, and the cold rain as well. Right now, we're not seeing much here. Our HD radar showing us that we're trying to get a couple of those flakes flying over parts of the Maryland and PA line and areas in western Maryland as well. But check out these temperatures. I mean, all up and down the mid-Atlantic, we're seeing temperatures in the upper 30s and lower 40s. So we're just too warm, especially at the ground level after temperatures yesterday that were in the mid-50s. Now, if you don't want to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, you're going to be fine. It will be dry. That rain starts to move in after about 10, 11 o'clock this morning, and that's when we'll see the wet weather stick with us through the afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Well, Baltimore City Councilman sounding the alarm on open-air drug markets. What happened when we brought those concerns directly to Police Commissioner Michael Harrison? Baltimore City has been struggling to pay off its crippling debt for years. It's predicted to get even worse. Up next, how the city ended up in this situation and how it could impact your wallet. 8:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $8:15 on this Friday morning, and 2 years ago, Baltimore City leaders announced a $100 million debt owed by the city. The following year, the federal government gave the city $650 million for COVID relief funds. The city should have a surplus, much like the state of Maryland, yet it does not. Joining us now, CEO and founder of OpenTheBooks.com, Adam Andrzejewski. Adam, this is something that's, it wasn't really surprising before COVID, but then when we heard federal relief, you think, okay, well, that would be able to wipe out the debt. It doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, it's not the case. So Truth in Accounting, they're an organization that just ranked the 75 largest, most populous cities across America. And on financial strength, Baltimore ranked 65th out of 75. Here are some of the other cities that beat Baltimore. Oakland in California, and they're not a well-run city. They were 58th. Milwaukee in Wisconsin was 64th. Baltimore was 65th. And then you had places like Pittsburgh, St. Louis, Philadelphia, and New Orleans. These are not well-run places, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, these are the same cities you've heard over and over again. I mean, Philadelphia, we can go back to the 80s knowing that there were some debt issues that have gone back and forth in that city. Baltimore, though, it seemed for a time there was some kind of relief, and now it's just stayed steady in debt. And some people argue even they say leaders want that so that the federal funds will keep coming into the city.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So we took a look at what's driving the unfunded liabilities in the city. And certainly it's bonded debt for like infrastructure projects and things like that. But $1 out of every $3, so a big driver of this, is promises made to public employees for their retirement pensions and their retirement health care benefits. So these were promises made that have never been funded. And so what you have is, you know, in the state of Maryland, right there in Baltimore, public employees are going to have to work a little bit longer, pay in a little bit more for their retirement benefits, and have a little less lucrative public pension at the end of the day. All of that needs to be on the table with negotiations with public employee unions.
Adam, yeah, we heard that from Stephanie Rawling-Blake when she was mayor, talking about how they went from 20 to 25 years, firefighters, police officers. And then just this last year, Baltimore City Council members are saying, no, we should just get for 8 years. They've been pushing back and forth on trying to get I guess, their benefits for the rest of their lives with that pension for just serving 8 years. So that's back and forth here. Baltimore County just received a AAA bond rating just 2 days ago, saying that they're doing really well. So what's the big difference between the city and the county?
Well, I think in the city, it's all about the levels of cash compensation and excessive pay. So we just looked, Tom, and it's breaking right here. In 2011, there was 130 six-figure city employees, those people making $100,000 or more. Today, there's 2,700 six-figure public employees. As you know, a couple of months ago, we looked at the Department of Public Works. Back in 2011, there was $200,000 employees. Today, there's 130. You used to have trash picked up on a weekly basis, and now it's every 2 weeks. So if you're paying for a big, expensive bureaucracy, it hurts city services. These dollars need to go into rank and file workers. City services can be improved, and taxpayers this long-term liability can be erased eventually.
Adam Andrzejewski with OpenTheBooks.com. Thank you again for looking at the numbers.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, it's snowing in Allegheny County right now. Olivia Dan sent us this video of the snow that she's seeing out there here. So take a look at this. Yeah, not bad there. And there's lots of the traffic cameras where we're seeing some snow, too. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers to find out. Justin, Olivia's picture showing the snow there. Is that moving our way? Will we see it or will it just be rain?
I just don't think we're going to see any snow, Tom. I mean, our snow drought is going to continue. We're probably going to see some of that cold rain as we get into the next couple of hours. We've got another shot. You're speaking of the traffic cameras. This is one that Tom actually pulled up for me near Midlothian, Maryland. This is out near Frostburg on Highway 68 or Interstate 68. Can we pull up that smartboard shot real quick, if that's possible, from a few of those flakes that are flying around there? This is what it looks like. Even just a moment ago, it looked heavier than it does right now. So you can see some of the folks there getting into some of that wintry weather. And the flakes are flying, and the roads are definitely wet as well. Come on, Camera One. Don't leave. I still got weather to do, man. Camera One, these dang robots, they just like, oh, he's done talking. Let's go over there. Stop. Okay, go. Our live cam right now in downtown Baltimore, lots of cloud cover. This is how we've seen the morning play out, and our temperatures that have been above freezing. So any of that precip that's moving in is going to be a cold rain over the next couple of hours. Right at 40 degrees at BWI Thurgood Marshall. You look at your HD radar, this is a little overdone. We're just seeing a few of those light showers, but the radar's trying to pick up some of that light blue with some of that wintry precipitation as you head out toward Garrett and Allegheny counties. We still have winter weather advisories in those two counties until 2 o'clock this afternoon, but nothing for us here. Now, when you go further north up into York, PA, up toward Altoona, we are definitely seeing some snow there. And meanwhile, we've got a few rain showers that are just to the west of D.C. right now. So this is all part of that larger weather maker that is bringing a bunch of snow to parts of western New York, the Great Lakes region, all the way over toward Milwaukee, Wisconsin this morning. Here's a look at our future scan. Again, we're going to stay pretty dry. In the 10 o'clock hour, you'll start to see a few of those showers and mainly rain showers move in, even by about 11 a.m., maybe a couple of flakes flying around Westminster along the Maryland and PA line. But other than that, it's looking pretty paltry at best. A few leftover showers through the later part of the afternoon. Really the heaviest rain after about 4 or 5 into the 6 o'clock hour. Look at those yellows right there. And we're going to see some pretty moderate rain that's going to roll right through the 95 corridor. So your drive home will be definitely wetter than it is right now. And then all of that moves out of here by the time we head into the overnight hours. So golfers, yeah, maybe you want to do a little simulated indoor swinging, or even you want to head out to the range at Pine Ridge up there at Bel Air. That's going to be the thing today, because you won't want to probably be out on the golf course with this kind of weather. Low to mid 40s. That's about it across Carroll and Baltimore counties. So our high temperatures are definitely going below average. We'll keep the below average trend going. It will be a little warmer tomorrow. It'll be blustery, however, with a few of those showers in the morning time on your Saturday. Upper 40s for the afternoon. Sunday actually doesn't look too bad, but it's rain late Sunday into Monday. That's going to be another weather maker. More than likely, by Monday morning, we'll have more of an impact on your commute to kick off the brand new week before we finally start to dry out and warm up later into the middle of the week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Canada Yard's here to stay. The name of the field the O's actually play on is up for grabs for the right price. In our next half hour, Mark Clark taking a look at what fans are suggesting for the field's new name.
And we're here at the Maryland Auto Show, where there's not only cars, but there's going to be little puppies up for adoption. We'll meet this little cutie in just a couple of minutes and let you know who else is going to be here this weekend, who else will be up for adoption in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by the Maryland Auto Show.
825, get a new car, get a new pet. Yeah, you can do both at the Maryland Auto Show this weekend. In fact, this morning for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson live with some cute animals and a whole lot of horsepower. Good morning, Amy.
Yeah, I might not know a thing or two about cars, but animals, that's right in my wheelhouse. I'm here with Aaron Long this morning from the Humane Society of Harford County and Darla, who is up for adoption. So this is a cool part of the Maryland Auto Show. You all are right in the middle here, and you're going to bring some pets down looking for homes this weekend.
We sure are. We are super excited to partner with Subaru because Subaru loves pets.
Yeah, apparently.
And I have Darla with me today. She's a 5-month-old mixed breed.
She's hiding now, of course. I'll say hi, Darla.
Hi. She's amazing, and she's going to be here all day today, ready to meet her potential adoptive family. And our partnership with Subaru is just so important because our shelter's been full and, you know, we're just barely keeping our head above water.
Yeah.
So being here this weekend with Subaru is amazing and just so important to us so that we can find loving homes for all of our animals.
Okay, awesome. And she's a puppy, of course, but you're also going to have dogs of all ages out here. If you're not looking for a puppy, there might be something else for you.
Absolutely. So we're going to have some adult dogs, just all breeds. We're going to have some huskies out here today. We're going to have some like little pitty puppies that are going to be here.
Aww.
So really something for everybody.
Okay, awesome. And if people are wondering where to find you, you're right in the Subaru section, surrounded by the cars, right?
Absolutely. Look for the wooden gates and the crowd of people, I'm sure, that's going to be watching the dogs.
Here. I know, they are so cute. You've got a big area to fill here, right?
We sure do. We're going to have some fun today.
Okay, awesome. Well, if you want more information coming out to the Maryland Auto Show, either today or at any point this weekend, head over to our website for all the details, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Tom, Darla is such a cutie. She's going to find a home no problem today.
Yeah,
I'm
and when you pick up the new Mustang,
So
see how Darla hangs out the window. You know, it makes perfect sense, right? You can see how the dog adjusts to it. Right. All right, Amy, thank you. Darla's probably going home with Amy. Cold morning with rain headed our way. If you want to walk the dog, do it now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking this weather maker and how it will hold up heading into the weekend.
A new plan to tackle the vacant home crisis across our city. That announcement coming just a little bit later on this morning. Just ahead, I'll have a preview.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning to you. It's Friday, March 10th.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're kind of in the year, really.
Yes,
March
we are.
10th.
Not bad at all. Taylor Stewart, Tom Rogers, Megan Gillen is off today. We want to start with meteorologist Justin Chambers, though. He's looking at the Friday forecast.
And it's Mario Day, too, if you think about it. It's March 10th or 310, right? So either way.
Okay, all right. I see where you went there.
Some people like that. I don't know. I didn't understand it. Curtis had to tell me in the back and remind me, so. Curtis keeps me on point. Let's take a look outside right now. By the way, beautiful shot here of Oriole Park at Camden Yards, Hank the Bird Field. That's what we're going to name it as long as Hank gets his way. So we'll see about that and those naming rights. A little cloudy outside right now, and we definitely have opening day, which is less than 4 weeks from right now. I love that. We are tracking a little bit of snow in parts of western Maryland. It's not much, and we still have not seen the rain here for us in Baltimore. Temps are mainly in the mid to upper 30s and lower 40s, so we're still above freezing, even if that precip does come in. We're not going to be talking about any kind of snowstorm. Rise and shine next couple of hours, campers, as we take a look at the temperatures into the 40s, maybe shifting into brunch mode and getting those bloodies and mimosas for a Friday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your traffic edge here, the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, and you can see some of the cameras around the region here in Baltimore. We do have some slowdowns. One incident to report. We have something on the Key Bridge. We have a slowdown there, disabled also on the tunnel. Right as soon as you get on next to the Harbor Tunnel, there's a disabled vehicle there with some slowdowns, but everybody else move along just fine.
Their dedication, commitment, and devotion to the community, their co-workers, and their families will always be remembered, and the memories shall never fade. May they continue to rest in peace as we now hold a moment of silence in honor of our fallen.
Yeah, now to a city in crisis. It's been more than a year since Lieutenant Paul Buttram, Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Lacayo were killed when a vacant home that was on fire collapsed on them. The tragedy triggering calls for change when it comes to how vacant structures are handled in Baltimore City. Well, many Baltimore residents feel the presence of vacant buildings. They say the properties facilitate crime, impact public health, and can contribute to inequality in the city.
That's right. And today, Baltimore City Council members Odette Ramos and James Torrance, they're going to introduce a bill to address the vacant home crisis here in the city. Shannon Lilly is live with this morning with a look at the proposed bill and how it could make an impact. Shannon.
Yeah, this proposed bill, Taylor, has the potential to make a huge difference. Right now, there are more than 14,000 vacant homes across the city. And so with this bill, it would create an agency that has one single purpose, and that purpose is to tackle this issue head on. In fact, take a look right here at your screen. In a press conference today, council members Ramos and Torrance will be announcing the introduction of legislation to create the Land Bank Authority of Baltimore City. Now, what this entity would do is work for an estimated 15 years or so to acquire vacant and abandoned properties and dispose of them in an efficient way. So that means the Land Bank Authority would both facilitate the financing for rehabilitation for some of the properties that can be saved and the demolition of the most dangerous properties so that tragedies just like this one don't happen again.
Our members are still remembering those 3 members that lost their lives a year ago.
Again, he is talking about the tragic deaths of these 3 right here, Lieutenant Paul Buttram, Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Lacayo. Believe it or not, they were killed over a year ago now, and they were killed when a vacant house caught fire and collapsed. Their deaths certainly highlighted the critical vacant home problem in our city, and it's one that city leaders are now addressing today. So again, this press conference where they will announce this proposed legislation, that is set for 11 this morning. And then council members Ramos and Torrance, they will actually introduce this ordinance to city council members in their next meeting right here at City Hall on Monday. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News has been following the vacant structure crisis in Baltimore for years now. And you can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, open-air drug markets continue to cause issues throughout the city. Now, despite a promise from City State Attorney Ivan Bates to prosecute low-level drug crimes, many community residents say that's not happening yet. And police are standing by and watching drug deals happen in front of them. Now, since Bates took office, Baltimore police have made 240 arrests for simple possession. Law enforcement analyst Melissa Pinkleton says that's surprising, though, considering the city's population.
With that many people in the city of Baltimore and that number of
arrests for simple possession, it does seem, for me, kind of low. Simple possession is the gateway crime to further crimes. There's always drugs and guns together. It's kind of like peanut butter and jelly, except drugs and guns.
City Council member Z. Cohen says he noticed what he calls drug deals happening in broad daylight as well, with police just feet away.
And we know that it is polluting and harming our communities. I want to see officers out of their cars engaging with folks.
Police Commissioner Michael Harrison addressed that issue during this week's public safety hearing, saying that those instructions are given out, but not everybody follows. He says it is something the department will need to double down on.
Turning now to your session 2023 coverage in Annapolis, state delegates speaking out against a proposal to expand public transportation between Baltimore City and Baltimore County. Now, the MTA is proposing 7 alternatives to expand transit along the north-south corridor. This would allow riders to travel from the city to the Towson-Lutherville area. There's the possibility of bus, light rail, or even heavy rail transit, mostly using the busy York Road corridor. Opponents in Lutherville started a petition and have put up a sign that reads, "Save Suburbia." They put them up along their front yards.
The development proposals, the transportation proposals that would try to make this area more urban is not something that we really signed on for when we bought our houses.
Republican State Delegate Nino Maggioni is calling this proposal a horrible idea with no redeeming value.
It will completely disrupt the integrity of the community and the neighborhoods, and it would disrupt the commerce of the local businesses. It changes the character of this region in a manner that citizens do not want.
Maggioni introduced a bill that would require any transportation project that cost over a certain amount to be submitted for referendum. It would give voters a chance to weigh in at the ballot box. Public feedback was solicited last year for this project, but Maggioni says it's not enough when it comes to something of this large scale.
Communities, I believe, deserve a voice in any major public transit project that's really going to disrupt their community. And public meetings are obviously important, but they're not enough. A significant indication of citizen opinion.
The state will eventually need to name one preferred route, but they still need to secure funding, and construction is still more than 3 years away. We reached out to the Maryland Department of Transportation for comment on this proposed legislation. We have not yet heard back.
The U.S. labor market just released new February jobs reports. Coming up, we're going to break these numbers down and the impact it will have on our economy.
Oh, a cold morning with rain headed our way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the weather maker and how it will hold up heading into your weekend plans. 8:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Starting off here with a live look from Washington, D.C. this morning, where the U.S. Department of Labor has just released February's job reports. U.S. employers added 311,000 jobs in the month of February. Analysts originally predicted today's number would equal about half of that. Now, in last month, we saw a report that blew way past expectations here, with more than 500,000 jobs added in January. The unemployment rate increased to 3.6, though.
The small business world, the 50 employers or less, actually lost 61,000 jobs. So I think we're already seeing a change in the marketplace, and because it's hit the small business community so hard, I do think that's going to spiral from there.
Now, those weekly unemployment claims also posted a big increase, the biggest one in 5 months. It's still low, though, remains in around that 211,000 range, but it's the first time we're seeing it back above that 200,000 mark since January. That's the latest from the Live Center. Back to you. Frustrations running high during a city council hearing on Mayor Scott's pick for the city administrator. What led to these tense moments and what it means for the city moving forward. Maryland's first ever cannabis lounge is preparing to open. Up next, how the lounge will operate, plus the concerns from people living nearby. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Happening now, Burtonsville, Maryland is opening up the state's first ever cannabis lounge, so people with medical cards can gather there and smoke together. John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. is at Clayton House Cannabis Events and that lounge with the details.
Well, it is a first of its kind lounge in the entire state of Maryland. Take a look. Here it is. It's got people in Burtonsville, Maryland talking. The Sulon House is, yes, you are reading that correctly, a cannabis lounge. Instead of alcohol, cigars, or hookah, patrons smoke pot inside. For the next few months, only medical marijuana users can come in. Recreational weed becomes legal in July for adults 21 and older. Opponents of the concept here say it's a bit too close for comfort. It sits just over a mile from two separate schools, and it's already next to a cannabis dispensary. In fact, it's the same owner. Venus Hemachandra says her new hotspot will be a safe space to meet some new people and learn about some new products. There is a $25 cover charge for 2 hours in the lounge.
I think it's a gamble for the people doing it because it requires it to be legalized fully.
Place where people can do it comfortably, just like people go to bars to drink alcohol. Why not have a place where they can enjoy cannabis?
That's actually a dope idea.
And for now, it's BYOC. Customers can't buy the product inside the lounge. In Burtonsville, Maryland, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
All righty, we're starting off a little bit, we were cloudy earlier, but are we clearing up?
No.
Justin, meteorologist Justin Chambers?
No.
No, we're not?
Not at all. Got more rain on the way, Taylor. That's what we've been talking about pretty much all morning long, how we're going to stay cloudy and we're going to stay on the cool side of things. I know you're trying to be optimistic, but we're not going to have those warmer temperatures until we get to the later part of next week. So looking at our Towson cam right now, 40 degrees your current temperature. Easterly wind about 8 to 10 miles an hour, so it is coming more of an onshore flow is what we call. On our HD radar, not really seeing much. You can see a few light snow showers in York, PA. Also a couple of little green spots right there for Westminster, north of Towson. So again, a few light showers is about it. Maybe a flake or two flying around the Maryland-PA border. But even as you go west, we're talking about areas in Hagerstown and west of Frederick, down toward Manassas, where we're seeing mainly rain showers at this time. The ground is just too warm to get any kind of accumulation, and the air overall is also too warm to have any of this be an actual snow event. Much different than our friends to the north, up toward Altoona, even Erie, PA, and back toward Detroit, where they're getting more of that larger system. That's that next weather maker that is continuing to bring more winter weather to that part of the country. We're trying here, but again, our snow drought just continues. So here's a look at our hourly future scan. We are going to see those showers develop after about 10 o'clock this morning into the 11 o'clock hour. A few light showers here and there, mainly that cold rain. A bit of a break in the middle part of the afternoon, but then as we take you to about 4 or 5 o'clock, notice those areas in yellow. That's the indication of the heavier rain that's going to be moving right through the 95 corridor between about 4, 5, and 6 o'clock this evening. All of that pushes out of here for tonight. Will dry out, and then tomorrow morning we do have the potential of another round of a few showers kind of moving in, and that could bring a few flakes flying as well. As we get over the next 12 hours, really not going to see much in our temperatures. You can see that kind of real steady low to mid 40s trend. That's still going to be below average for this time of year. At our high temps, again, we've seen the 50s for most of this week. We're back down to the 40s for today across central Maryland. And notice the temperature trend, too. We stay below that average line starting today all the way through the weekend and even into early next week. It'll take till about next Thursday before we finally see those numbers rise back to the mid to upper 50s, a little more spring-like as we get closer to spring. So here's a look at our future scan, the wider picture, that area of low pressure right there just to the north of us, and we're bringing in some of that rain as we head toward the afternoon and evening. Now, as that low slides off toward the east, we're going to get some of that wraparound moisture right there. So tomorrow morning, especially right around the Maryland-PA line, could see a few flakes flying, but most of that's going to be up toward Scranton and up toward Philly and New York, as we'll just kind of see the backside of that. Wind is going to be with us through tomorrow afternoon, but dying down by tomorrow night. Sunday overall does look mainly dry. Not until about 3, 4 o'clock when more of those clouds roll in. And by Sunday evening into Monday, that's going to be our next weather maker. That'll bring wet weather for your Monday morning commute. Not so much as what we saw for today. Here's that 7-day forecast. We spring forward this weekend. Don't forget about that. So that time change happens before you go to bed Saturday night. Just go ahead and move those clocks forward. I know a lot of our phones and devices just do it for us automatically, but just know when you wake up Sunday morning, the sun will be coming up later, but going to bed later as well. And then finally, we'll be able to enjoy some of those warmer temperatures toward the middle and end of next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. We've got a picture here of PETA the cat in the snack closet. Debbie sent this picture in. If you look closely behind those fig bars there, that's PETA the cat. And overall, I appreciate that shot. Thank you so much for sending that in. We'd love to get the view through your window. It's real easy. Just go to foxbaltimore.com/chime in or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
All right, let's check the Len Stoller traffic network throughout the Baltimore region. We are hearing reports of a crash on 695 Interloop just past the Jones Fall Expressway. 2 vehicles involved there. And then down closer to the Bay Bridge, there's another accident on 97 north at Crownsville Road. But that's what we're reporting right now. You still see a lot of green on those maps. Now a live look from the Len Stoller mobile track. It's a headline we're heading towards Walkerville along I-90 or 194. All right, trending now. According to the Sports Business Journal, the Orioles have been quietly taking Camden Yards naming rights to the market.
Yeah, that's right. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark joined us live in studio. We broke this story yesterday, Mark, talking about reaction from fans and what they think that the name should be.
That's right. The nameplate that's being sold would apply to the field only, so it would be something like XYZ Field at Camden Yards. According to the Sports Business Journal, sources say a decade-long deal comes with an asking price of $6 to $8 million annually. Since the news broke, fans have taken to Twitter to give name suggestions. We have, of course, the Stringer Bell Park, which from The Wire, okay? Oh. Bubba Gump Shrimp at Camden Yards.
Why is that a thing?
Well, you know, Bubba Gump Shrimp is delicious.
Okay.
Under Armour Field. Okay. Under Armour Field at Camden Yards. Ripken Baseball Field at Camden Yards. Ripken Baseball Field.
You already got Ripken Stadium up in Aberdeen. We're good with that. We don't need that.
What do you got? I know you got something, Taylor. What you got?
Yeah, what do you have?
I don't know. There's so many great, businesses and industry leaders here that I feel like could put their name on it.
I think
oh, my goodness. Taylor's sucking up.
Old Bay Field. What about that?
Old Bay Field, baby. I like that.
But, Hank is making a run at it. I don't know if Hank has $6 million.
We should do Good Day Baltimore.
That could be.
Wait a minute, Justin. We got to hear how would Hank sound, though? How would it sound?
Well, it's Hank the Bird Field at Oriole Park at Camden Yards.
Yeah, there we go.
How do you get that in there?
Exactly.
You got to pronounce that.
I don't know if dude has like $6 or $8 million just hanging around though each year because he's. Hank's not that rich.
What's he doing is he doing the hard work to make that money?
Don't worry about what Hank does.
All right, I don't know.
So. I'm curious to see what's going to be pretty exciting news, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff. All right, thanks, Mark.
Whether you're ready for it or not, daylight saving time starts this Sunday. In our next hour, the different ways the time change could impact your body.
Yeah, don't put an S on that. It's daylight saving.
Oh, I know. I was told you were very persnickety on that.
It's Harriet Tubman Day and Fox 45 Morning News honoring her life's work and legacy in our next hour, her deep connection to Maryland, and how the state is celebrating her work.
And besides Harriet Tubman, something else we're celebrating in the studio this morning. Caffeine.
Absolutely. Now it's time for a coffee break. Cheers.
All right, we're back with two big recall alerts to tell you about. The first involving car seats. More than 59,000 Safety First and Maxi Cozy car seats are being recalled. Now, the company says the anchors used to secure the seat base can fail and allow the car seat to come loose in the car. Car owners are being mailed a letter notifying them of this recall, and they'll be sent a replacement for free. Yeti is also recalling close to 2 million coolers and gear cases. It's because the magnets there can detach and pose a choking hazard. Here are the products to look out for: the Sidekick dry gear case, the M20 soft backpack cooler, and the M30 soft cooler. The coolers and gear bags were sold from March of 2018 through January of 2023. Topping your morning business report, GM is cutting jobs. The company is offering voluntary buyouts to the majority of its 58,000 salaried employees. Now, workers who agree, they'll get 1 month pay for every year they worked for up to 12 months, along with Cobra Health coverage. Now, this move is designed to cut the cost in the long run. A Disney park fan favorite is coming to a grocery store near you. The famous Dual Whip tropical soft serve has been a staple since it was introduced at Magic Kingdom in 1984. And now Dole is announcing a packaged version of the ice cream. They'll be selling it in grocery stores nationwide. Roadside service, ooh, don't we need it? I needed it this morning. It can definitely cost a fortune, especially when it comes to something as simple as jump starting a car. Nick Caldrone is here with a handy solution that could have got me moving this morning. Go ahead.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
Not today, man. Dead car batteries. Every single time you're trying to get out of the house on time, be someplace, it happens. That click, click, click. Or you're on the side of the road on a gray, cold, dark day like today. It's never fun, but I have the answer for you. It's called the Jump Smart, and it can get you back on the road quickly. Watch this. Plug the 2 alligator clips in right here. Red clamp to red on the battery. Black to black, I get a beep and a green light, and now I can start my car back up. Just like that. I don't have to wait for roadside assistance or anybody else to come and help me out. I keep a Jump Smart in every family member's car. My daughters have one, my wife has one, and I know I have peace of mind, and so do they. It's also a 10-in-1 tool. It's got a compass, a thermometer, it's a flashlight and a strobe light, many other tools as well. And my favorite part, you can charge your cell phone with the 2 included USB ports on the back. If you lose power in a storm or something, just plug your phone in and you can stay connected with family and friends. Speaking of them, put one in every family member's car. 25% off right now at asadeals.com.
It is 9 o'clock, and we are following 3 big stories for you this morning. Despite Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates promising to go after low-level offenses, open-air drug markets remain a problem in Baltimore City. We'll look at just how many arrests police have made under his administration.
A fiery meeting ends with City Council voting not to confirm the city administrator. Just ahead, we are live with a press conference that the mayor is now holding in just 1 hour.
And topping national news, President Biden releases his new budget plan. We'll go live to Washington, where some across the aisle are already calling it a DOA. Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Up 9 o'clock on a Friday morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Now let's start off with your forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the rain.
Mario Day, March 10th, M-A-R-1-O, you know, like Mario.
Mario.
Yeah, and then that movie looks terrible, the one with Chris Pratt as Mario, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay.
let's take a look at our forecast now that we have my 2 cents. Want it or not, hey, you tuned in. Our live cam in downtown Baltimore. Good morning to all of you. A lot of cloud cover that is out there right now. Still not seeing any rain and definitely not seeing any snow around here. We continue to be snow starved as we look at our HD radar. Starting to get a little bit closer, some of that moisture right along the I-70 corridor to the west of Frederick and Gaithersburg. That's going to be moving closer to us over the next hour or two, mainly just as a cold rain. Numbers right now don't support snow anyway. Upper 30s and lower 40s, and with those ground temperatures warm from the mid-50s that we saw yesterday just really won't play out. Our out and about cast, though, we do see that rain, and the temps are definitely going to be colder today. So kind of a cold, gray, cloudy Friday to kick off your weekend. We're back with your full forecast. We'll take a closer look at how long this rain sticks around.
All right, let's get a check of your traffic thanks to the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. That incident on 695, the inner loop, has cleared, but before the JFX, it's now gone. The cars are now able to make their way through without issue.
We overwhelmingly voted in favor of a city administrator. And tonight, that office remains vacant because we have failed our constitutional duty to the citizens in the charter of this city. I am pissed off and I'm tired.
Continuing coverage happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott will speak on his nomination for the city administrator.
Now, last night, the majority of the city council committee voted to not confirm Faith Leach, who has been acting city administrator since January.
Well, emotions were running high during that meeting, with some council members even walking out of the chambers.
Jen Lilly shows us what led up to the chaos and what's happening today. Shannon.
Yeah, the mayor will be holding a press conference today, and if it's anything like what we saw last night, we can expect some fiery words right here at City Hall. In fact, the mayor will be back here at City Hall at 10 a.m. for this press conference, and we don't have a whole lot of information about what he's going to talk about, just that he's going to be addressing last night's meeting and his pick for city administrator. Now, this comes after that very heated meeting last night where, as you mentioned, the majority of the committee voted to not confirm Faith Leach. Leach has been the acting city administrator since January, but council members grilled her on her role in city government and why the position is necessary in the first place within City Hall, although voters voted for it. Now, Councilman James Torrance, you can see him here walking out of the chamber during the vote. He and Councilwoman Odette Ramos were the only ones to vote to confirm Leach. And they say the vote to not confirm Leach should not count because Councilman Costello was not physically present in the chamber for the vote. He instead voted virtually.
They change the rules when it suits them. I will personally be exploring whether or not we can get it back, okay? Because it is completely unfair to leave the city without the leadership of CAO Leach. I think she's highly well qualified to make this happen.
In my committee, we've had countless votes where people voted virtually, and this is no different. In addition to that, the majority of members present also voted against the nomination.
Now, we reached out to the mayor's office for comment on this vote, and we did not hear back. But again, we expect to hear from the mayor in just an hour right here at City Hall for this press conference. Of course, we'll be following this closely, and we'll keep you posted. Reporting from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. That was not the only hearing, though, the committee held. They also heard about the mayor's new Clean Core program, which gives nearly $15 million to 6 nonprofits working to clean up Baltimore. Baltimore City Council member Yichi Slafer says the extra funding overlaps, though, with the city council.
Why in the world would, the administration give $15 million towards privatization of community groups to perform these functions and to hire people when that's exactly what we're trying to do?
Slafer says the money should be going to the Department of Public Works, a department struggling to hire workers and upgrade its equipment.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. The new Maryland State report card is out, and it's showing the Baltimore City public school system is the lowest rated in the state. Now, every school in the state has given a rating from 1 to 5 stars, with 5 being the best. Baltimore City had 29 schools with just 1 star. Next, the lowest rated was Baltimore County schools, with 5 schools rated 1 star. For parents and education advocates, this report card is difficult to digest.
It's quite alarming. We should have some type of urgency around fixing this issue.
We have to expect more from our city.
Now, when the last report card was released 3 years ago, Baltimore City had 12 one-star schools.
We're saying that we're getting worse in these areas.
Quite frankly, the district is not doing a very good job of educating students.
Well, after reviewing the report card, school CEO Sonia Santalisa is issuing a statement writing, "While the immediate results are not surprising, we strongly believe that we have strategies that, over time, will lead to enhanced student achievement."
For even the CEO of city schools to say it's not surprising that this has happened, it's quite alarming. I think that there is way too much money being dumped into the public school system when they're not giving the results that kids deserve to have.
Baltimore School for Arts was the only five-star school in Baltimore City. Now, we want to know what you think about this. Does there need to be a change in leadership in the Baltimore City public school system? So far, 96% of voters say yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com, click on the polls tab.
We're following breaking news overseas. Ukraine's president saying it was a difficult night there. Russia fired more than 80 missiles across Ukraine, claiming at least 11 lives and knocking out power. President Zelensky says Russia's large-scale attack was aimed at critical infrastructure across the country. This new attack comes as resettlement agencies say about 20,000 Ukrainians who came to the U.S. will soon lose permission to stay here. They'll lose their humanitarian parole next month. Now, the Biden administration has not said that what the solution will be, but they say they're looking towards some, and we'll update you here from the Live Center with the latest.
Well, making your headlines, top intelligence officials warn China is getting bolder and better in cyberspace.
We see an increasing degree of risk-taking that they've undergone with regards to stealing our intellectual property, even increasing their influence operations. These are concerning efforts for us.
At a hearing about the top threats to the U.S., intelligence chiefs say if China thought it was on the verge of a major conflict with the U.S., it would likely launch aggressive cyber operations against critical infrastructure and military assets. That includes oil and gas pipelines and rail system. Well, China has the largest hacking program in the world, and it already considered meddling in the 2022 U.S. midterm elections. We're learning a cyber attack targeting Capitol Hill was worse than we first thought. The breach targeted D.C. Health Link. That's the health insurance system for Congress. Overnight, it was revealed the compromised data included sensitive information like Social Security numbers and home addresses, as well as detail on Capitol Hill employees' health insurance plans. You can download the Fox 45 News app for your up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store to get started.
All right, let's get another check of your traffic and your weather.
Yeah, in fact, we're going right over right now to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, talking about kind of a windy afternoon. It's going to be joined in with some rain.
Yeah, we'll see the breezy conditions today, guys. Not that beautiful sun that we've seen the last couple of afternoons. We're going to stay cloudy like this, and then that wind is really going to kick up for us for tomorrow, late morning into the afternoon as well. On our HD radar, pretty paltry. We really haven't seen much. A couple of light radar returns that we're getting right now. You zoom in a little bit closer over toward Thurmont, just west of Tawnytown. You're seeing a little bit of that green change over to white. So again, some of those higher elevations and areas west of us could be seeing a few of those flakes that are flying. Right now, out for your jogging, Cash, your run or your jog, still dry, but next couple of hours is when that rain is going to start to move in. So if you do want to get a run or a jog in, get out there now. It just takes 20, 30 minutes. Get outside and get that exercise before the rain rolls in and you'll have to do indoor stuff. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and we're getting reports of an incident in Lockern. In fact, it's the 695's outer loop is what we're seeing there, and it looks like it's causing some backups to 795, too, right near Liberty Road. One vehicle involved there. There was in the same area just recently another two-vehicle accident. But you see the good news on the top right or top left of your screen right there? That is traffic moving. It was at a standstill earlier. Still ahead, amid growing pressure, three major credit card companies rolling back plans to earmark gun sales. We'll look at the change it would have meant and what the companies are doing now instead.
But first, a heated hearing on Capitol Hill about the so-called Twitter files. A look at the back and forth on both sides of this debate coming up. You're watching Good Day Baltimore. Developing now, President Joe Biden releasing his budget.
And Republican leaders in the House, they're already calling the plan dead on arrival. Sinclair National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live from Capitol Hill this morning. Kayla, what do the Republicans not like most, I guess, about this plan?
Well, Tom, Republicans are arguing that the president's plan doesn't go far enough to get the country's finances in order. They disagree with how the president wants to increase revenue through raising taxes on wealthy Americans and on companies. They also don't like some of the new spending proposals in the plan, like new funding for green energy. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy tweeting, quote, he proposes trillions in new taxes that you and your family will pay either directly or through higher costs. Mr. President, Washington has a spending problem, not a revenue problem. Now, President Biden firing back, saying he is ready to meet with the Speaker and with Republicans to see what they are proposing, what their budget looks like. Republicans have not put out their plan yet, and critics say that's because Republicans are in a tough spot. They want to balance the budget without making cuts to the largest spending areas, that's Social Security and Medicare. Incumbents in the party also agreeing that if they agree to cut programs, some might be in vulnerable districts, and these cuts could jeopardize their chance at re-election. Now, the House Budget Committee Chair Jody Arrington telling Politico they are likely 30 days away from releasing the Republicans' proposal.
Now, Kayla, there was a heated congressional hearing yesterday about the Twitter files. House Republicans saying Democrats embarrassed themselves. Why was that?
Well, Taylor, during yesterday's House Select Committee hearing on the weaponization of federal government, Democrats hounding Twitter Files journalist Matt Taibbi to reveal his sources under oath, which Taibbi refused to do. Taibbi and fellow journalist Michael Schellenberger testifying before the committee yesterday. They're just a few of the handful of journalists that were given access by Elon Musk to Twitter's internal company documents, which they sifted through and then revealed their findings in a series of Twitter threads. Now, these threads are showing a concerning close relationship between big tech companies, government agencies, and the mainstream media. These relationships resulting in censorship of Americans who disagree with those in power. The journalists were very clear yesterday that people on both sides of the political aisle have been targeted by this. Democrats on the committee accusing the pair of being Republican pawns. The chairman of the Select Committee, Jim Jordan, calling those questions by his colleagues for the journalists to reveal their sources sad and frightening. Representative Darrell Issa from California saying he was disappointed but not surprised. So many Democrats showed disdain for free speech and a free press with their demands for the journalists to reveal those sources. It's an action that Issa says would open them up to censorship and harassment. Tom, Taylor, back to you.
Kayla Gaskins on Capitol Hill. Thank you. Time now for another check of your weather, and we've got a new video just coming in, too. Snow in Allegheny County.
Wow, what a nice backyard, too. Nice day to enjoy the snow from where they're sitting. Let's go to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast.
Yeah, and not really talking about snow here, guys. I mean, our snow drought will continue as we go into the day today. We are going to get a cold rain. That's going to move through in the next couple of hours. Some of you seeing a few sprinkles right now. This is our live cam in downtown Baltimore over the Inner Harbor, our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam with lots of cloud cover that's out there right now. Officially at 40 degrees. We've kind of hung on to this same number most of the morning. So those clouds not really allowing those temperatures to drop off too much. Notice on our HD radar, a few light showers to the west of Cockeysville, up into Butler, up toward Manchester, kind of right along the Carroll and Baltimore County lines, but really not much in the way of actual snowfall. And just to the west of Tawnytown, we did see a few of those light showers. Thurmont over toward Tawnytown, we had some white mixed in there. So again, a few flakes flying, kind of like what they saw in Allegheny County, but you can see that larger line of showers from Frederick down through D.C. So if you're heading to the district here in the next hour or two, probably going to run into some of those rain showers. All of us will get in on the rain, and the heaviest rain is really not coming until we get into the afternoon. This area of low pressure continues to track to the north and to the east of us. So we've got the colder air out ahead of that warm front, and we're going to see more of that southerly wind pick up as we head toward the afternoon. This is what we're looking at on our future scan. Next hour, a couple of those showers moving in and right about 11 o'clock. But notice how it kind of fizzles out, and really not talking about a lot of rain, at least between now, I'd say about 2 or 3 o'clock. Things are definitely going to get going after about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Mainly that cold rain and those areas in yellow indicating some moderate to heavy rain that'll move from Westminster and Gaithersburg down into parts of Columbia, right over the Baltimore region in that 5 and 6 o'clock hour for tonight. So your drive home definitely going to be wetter, and then all of that rain moves out of here in the overnight hours. Probably is still a few leftover showers early tomorrow morning. Hank the Bird, Yeah, he's going to be trying to hang out under the branches and hiding out from the rain that's on the way later today. He still wants that name of the field for Hank the Bird, but we can discuss that as we get closer. Low to mid 40s here across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Numbers are really not doing much today. Eastern Shore, you're also in those mid to upper 40s, so we're breaking from the 50s that we've seen over the last couple of days, and that's going to be the case up and down the 95 corridor for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., even down the ocean at only 47 today and 43 for our friends in Western Maryland and Cumberland. So here's a look at our 7-day forecast. We keep those 40s going. Tomorrow, a little bit warmer. It will be breezy toward the afternoon, even windy at times with a few showers in the morning time. And then Sunday actually doesn't look too bad. We'll be in the upper 40s. Those rain showers come in late Sunday into Monday as well. And then those numbers will continue to rise. We'll finally see some numbers back into Wednesday and Thursday into the low and mid and even some upper 50s. So some warmer temps are around the corner. Back to you.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by the Maryland Auto Show.
Whether you're looking for the fastest and the meanest machine or the most elegant luxury on wheels.
Oh, yeah, the Maryland Auto Show has something that you're looking for. This morning for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson is there with all those cars. What can we expect? Show us around.
Yeah, we're actually in a really cool section right now because not only can you see these cars, but you can actually get inside them and be taken on a little test drive. So I'm here with Jason Fogelson, senior editor at Kelley Blue Book. Electric cars are all the rage right now. You've got a whole selection of them here, but not only can you see them and look inside them, you can also take them for a spin.
Well, you can ride in one right here indoors at the convention center. It's really cool. You just get into the passenger seat and take a ride.
And this is a fancy one.
This is the Ford Mustang Mach-E GT. It's an all-electric vehicle, and this is the performance model. It starts about $64,000.
Okay, so this is just one.
Fast.
I'm sure it is, and that's what you can actually test out here. So we're actually on the racetrack right now. We're going to walk down and check out this white one because that's another one that will take you for a ride if you want to do so.
Exactly. That's a Hyundai Ioniq 5. Starts about $41,000. And it is also very quick, as all EVs are. It's really, it's quite an experience if you haven't been in one.
And we're going to see it actually fly down there right now. What is it like riding in that car as it cruises down this track?
Well, all the torque is available in an EV right from the start. So it's ready to take off, and it does.
Yeah, you can see it.
yeah, it's really fun. And we were talking about advantages of EVs.
Yeah.
Very low maintenance. There's no oil changes. There's no radiator. So there's no transmission. All those things that you are familiar with in cars, they don't exist in EVs.
Right.
So it's something to think about.
That is very cool. Okay, cool. We look forward to learning more this weekend. You can come out and join them here at the Maryland Auto Show at the Baltimore Convention Center if you want to do that. All the information up on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Tom, Taylor, you going to come take one of these for
Amy,
a ride?
You got to get in the Mustang. I mean, come on now. The Mach, you got to get in there.
I say
see
so.
how fast it really feels.
I know. He said I need to do it. Yeah, I'll take a ride. They're not going to let me drive one of these, but I'll drive with a pro.
Okay. Thanks, Amy. A new push from local leaders to address the city's vacant home problem. The new bill they're introducing and what it could mean for safety in the city.
But first, it's Harriet Tubman Day, and we're honoring her life's work and legacy and showing you all the things you can do right here in Maryland, how she's being celebrated. That's all coming up next. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Trending today, 924, honor the work and activism of an icon of American courage and freedom. Today celebrates the birth of Harriet Tubman. Throughout the state of Maryland, you can learn more about this national hero. Director of B&O Railroad Museum, Chris Holin, is joining us with more. Thank you so much for coming in.
Oh, thank you for having me.
B&O Railroad ties in with the Underground Railroad. Tell us about the exhibit.
So we opened an exhibit in September 2022 because we became a National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom site because we documented 8 freedom seekers who came through our Mount Clair station and 27 who used the B&O as a whole, the system, and also the fact that we are the only National Underground Railroad site that focuses on the physical railroad, the role it played in the Underground Railroad. So someone like Harriet Tubman, for example, was a conductor.
Yes.
Do you have any baggage on this car? Baggage was a freedom seeker. When is the next station? A safe house.
Safe house, yeah.
Are we going to a terminal, a place where slavery is illegal, such as Canada? So the code of the railroad was used, as well as the tracks. And a lot of freedom seekers rode the rails. You know, they were hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, rode the rails, traveled along the railways because they were normally quiet. They can travel at night. They knew exactly where it was. There was nothing to trip them up along the way. Incredible stories in the connection there. But you don't have to go to the Eastern Shore. I mean, there's a lot of exhibits there on the railroad. You can go right here in Baltimore at the B&O.
Oh, absolutely. I think a lot of people do not realize the role Baltimore played, really the role the whole state of Maryland played in the Underground Railroad. We have, you know, a tremendous amount of Underground Railroad sites in the state because we were the state that was right next to Pennsylvania. So, you know, Pennsylvania was the southernmost northern state, so everybody was trying to get
across the Mason-Dixon.
Get across the Mason-Dixon.
Yeah.
And Baltimore had the port and it had the railroad. So there's really a lot of civic pride when you think of who came through Baltimore and just the state as a whole.
Yeah, it's an incredible story here. Now, you said it opened in September. How long will that exhibit last?
It is a permanent exhibit, and it's actually where the Mount Clair, where they were in our Mount Clair station, 1851. And so you can learn the story of people like Henry Box Brown, who shipped himself in a box 27 hours from Richmond, Virginia to Philadelphia, or William and Ellen Craft, who were a couple from Macon, Georgia, and she was very light-skinned, so she dressed up as a disabled white male, different race, different sex, and had her husband become at service like her slave, and they made it. It was a harrowing journey, but we have 2 amazing videos that show that, and the roots of the freedom seekers. So it's really, I would say for people this weekend, take the byway, the Harriet Tubman byway, see the sites, or come into Baltimore and see the B&O. You know, honor Harriet Tubman.
Honor her, yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. Just give us a little bit of the knowledge that you have. Chris Holin from the B&O Railroad Museum. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Sure. Still ahead, the makers of baby formula are being told to do better following the massive recall and shortage that span multiple months. Coming up, the new recommendations the feds are now handing out.
A new plan to tackle the vacant home crisis in the city. That announcement coming later on this morning. Just ahead, I'll have a preview.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
And good day to you, Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart. It is March 10th already. I was going to say February.
No, don't go back. We're going forward right now. I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to go forward with meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about kind of February weather.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. I mean, we definitely saw above average January and February. Now in March, we're about where we typically are in March. March Madness right around the corner. The Terps men got the win last night in the Big Ten tournament. So find out what happens tonight against Indiana. Looking out over the cloudy start to your day. This is how it's going to be a good day for maybe watching some basketball today or doing stuff inside. Check out those showers that are just to the north of Towson and Cockeysville right now. Mainly rain showers. We're only seeing green there being picked up on our radar. May see a few flakes flying in parts of Carroll County right there. Just to the west of Taneytown, we're seeing a little bit of that snow kind of as it comes over the mountains right out there, Thurmont and Camp David. So our out and about cast here, numbers in the low to mid 40s over the next couple of hours. That rain is going to pick up as we get into the next few hours, but really picking up later today. And our highs are only staying in the 40s. We'll keep those 40s around on Saturday as well. And then Sunday, we'll see, again, another day in the 40s. So definitely a colder weekend with some off and on showers we've got to get through. We'll break this down a bit further for you in my full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Their dedication, commitment, and devotion to the community, their co-workers, and their families will always be remembered, and the memories shall never fade. May they continue to rest in peace as we now hold a moment of silence in honor of our fallen.
Now to a city in crisis. It's been more than a year since Lieutenant Paul Buttram, Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Lacayo were killed in a vacant home that was on fire and it collapsed on them. The tragedy triggering calls for change when it comes to how vacant structures in Baltimore City are handled.
Now, many residents feel the presence of vacant homes facilitates crime, impacts public health, and contribute to inequity.
Today, Baltimore City Council members Odette Ramos and James Torrance will introduce a bill to address the vacant home crisis in Baltimore City. And Shan Lilly brings us a look at the proposed bill and how it can make a difference in the city.
Well, this proposed bill has the potential to make a huge difference. Right now, there are more than 14,000 vacant homes across the city. But with this bill, it would create an agency with one single purpose, and that purpose is to tackle this issue head on. In fact, take a look right here at your screen. In a press conference today, council members Ramos and Torrance will be announcing the introduction of legislation to create the Land Bank Authority of Baltimore City. Now, what the Land Bank Authority of Baltimore would do is work for an estimated 15 years to acquire vacant and abandoned homes and dispose of them in an efficient way. So that means the Land Bank Authority would both facilitate the financing for rehabilitation for some properties that can be saved and also the demolition of the most dangerous properties so tragedies just like this one don't happen again.
Our members are still remembering those three members that lost their lives a year ago.
Again, he's talking about the tragic deaths of these three right here, Lieutenant Paul Buttram, Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Lacayo. They were killed over a year ago now when a vacant house that had caught fire collapsed. Their deaths highlighted the critical vacant home problem in our city, and it's one that now city leaders are addressing today. Again, that press conference will happen right at 11 to talk about this legislation, and then those council members will introduce the ordinance at a city council meeting on Monday right here at City Hall. Reporting from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News has been following the vacant structure crisis in Baltimore for years now. You can find all of our past reporting right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, open-air drug markets continue to cause problems in Baltimore despite a promise from City State's Attorney Ivan Bates to prosecute low-level drug crimes. Many in the community say that it's not happening, and police are watching drug deals happen right in front of them. Now, since Bates took office, Baltimore police have made 240 arrests for simple possession. And law enforcement analyst Melissa Pinkleton says that's surprising considering the city's population.
With that many people in the city of Baltimore and that number of arrests for simple possession, it does seem, for me, kind of low. Simple possession is the gateway crime to further crimes. There's always drugs and guns together. It's kind of like peanut butter and jelly, except drugs and guns.
City Council member Zeke Cohen says he has noticed what he calls drug deals happening in broad daylight with police just feet away.
And we know that it is polluting and harming our communities. I want to see officers out of their cars engaging with folks.
Well, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison addressing that issue during this week's public safety hearing, saying that those instructions are given out, but not everyone follows. He says it is something the department will need to double down on. Councilman Cohen isn't the only council member, though, raising concern about the open-air drug markets. In the past few months, we've also heard from Councilman Eric Costello and Yitzi Slafer. Both of them have said they believe the drug markets are dangerous and drive violent crime.
It's one of the largest open-air drug markets in the state of Maryland, if not the largest, at Pennsylvania Avenue and Lawrence Street. Myself and other elected leaders have raised the alarm about that, and we will continue to ask BPD to put the necessary resources in place.
You need to prosecute these lower-level crimes because it always escalates. You know, you go from minor possession, selling, distribution, leads to shootings, leads to homicide.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on open-air drug markets in Baltimore City. You can find all of our stories at foxbaltimore.com.
Developing right now, we are following breaking news about a mass shooting that happened in Germany. Officials there say a pregnant woman and her baby are among those dead. It happened at a Jehovah's Witness hall meeting in Hamburg. Now, the latest number of victims, so 7, and including that unborn baby. Police say as they responded to the scene, they found victims in a small gathering place and heard gunshots from upstairs. That's when they found the suspected gunman had died by suicide. Now, at this point, the motive is just not known for this shooting. But developing now, a win for gun rights advocates. Visa, MasterCard, and Discover all say they're pausing plans to implement a new merchant category code for the nation's gun retailers. It comes after political pressure from Republicans. Officials right now, gun store sales are classified under general merchandise or sporting goods. Supporters of this new tracking category say it could help detect suspicious activity and potential flag shooters. Opponents say it infringes on one's Second Amendment rights. That here is the latest from the live desk. Coming up, forget gone in 60 seconds. These thieves did not even need that long. We'll show you just how fast they got in and out, made off with 6 different sports cars.
A live look outside right now. It'll be a wet start to your weekend. Don't want to get the cars washed now. We'll look at the full weekend forecast with our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, right after the break. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Check out this crazy video. It's like a scene out of the movie Gone in 60 Seconds, but in this case, only took them 40 seconds to take off. Caught on camera, thieves stealing 6 sports cars in less than 40 seconds. The lightning-fast heist happening at a Kentucky car dealership, obviously. Making off the 6 high-performance sports cars, 4 were driven right off of the dealer's showroom floor, as you can see, all before the alarm systems were even triggered.
It takes 60 seconds before it starts alerting, So they were gone 20 seconds before the alarm ever went off.
That manager says it may have been an inside job, though, since the thieves knew where to find the keys, how the security system worked.
All right, the FDA is telling the makers of baby formula to do better. It follows that salmonella outbreak last year that led to a factory being shut down and a widespread formula shortage. In a letter, the FDA tells formula companies to do better to keep salmonella and other bacteria out of its products. The letter urges compliance with existing requirements and asks for voluntary reporting of positive bacteria tests. The FDA also says facilities should reduce the amount of water in dry production areas, test surfaces for bacteria, and make sure raw ingredients are safe.
Well, newly released numbers show employers added a robust 311,000 jobs just last month. Despite those strong numbers, we're still seeing new claims for unemployment benefits rising by 21,000 just last week. That number went up to 211,000. Continuing claims of the number of people remaining on unemployment benefits, though, rose to 1.71 million. Still ahead, love it or hate it, daylight saving time starts this Sunday morning. We look at the impact doctors say the time change can have on our bodies.
And it's Friday, which means we've got a special guest in studio with us today. Coming up, we'll introduce you to our pet of the week. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. All right, this week on Full Measure, pet owners across the country are discovering there's a critical shortage of emergency veterinarians and staff.
Cheryl Atkinson investigates the trend this week on Full Measure and joins us now with a preview. Good morning, Cheryl.
Good morning. Some of the people watching that have pets may have already experienced a problem getting emergency vet care, maybe even getting their pets seen for a regular appointment. Sunday on Full Measure, we're going to look at the national crisis in veterinary care, hearing not only from pet owners but also from vets who say this is about a lot more than just the COVID pet boom. We'll also have some important advice on how maybe to keep yourself from getting into a sticky and dangerous emergency situation with your animal.
Now, you're also looking into a story about social media and stress in today's youth. What did you find?
Well, you know, it's been about 20 years since the first big social media company started, which was MySpace, and it was quickly eclipsed by Facebook. And the developments have been rapid fire over the years along the way. Sunday on Full Measure, Lisa Fletcher is going to look at the tension that exists between so many young people today using social media and the harm that it could be causing. Also, the government wrestling with the idea of should it try to regulate this somehow, and if so, exactly how they would do that.
All right, and you can watch Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson right here on Fox 45. It airs on Sunday night at 10 and again at 11. And for a behind-the-scenes look at Cheryl's stories and investigations, go ahead and look up that podcast, Full Measure After Hours, wherever you listen to podcasts. All right, a reminder to spring forward this weekend as daylight saving time begins. It means we'll gain an hour of daylight but lose an hour of sleep on Sunday. And doctors say the time change could pose some health risk. The CDC says the disturbance of our sleep patterns can increase our risk for heart attacks, negative mood swings, and even instances of deadly car accidents. Earlier this morning, we spoke with a sleep doctor about the impact the time change can have on your body.
The consequences can be very significant, not only in terms of health outcomes, increased risk for heart attack and stroke and so forth, but in terms of motor vehicle crash. The number of fatal motor vehicle crashes increases significantly. Be safe when you're on the road.
Now, it takes an average person about a week to adjust to this time change, but for young kids and teenagers, it could take even longer.
It is a big impact, though, and especially when you start talking about driving in mid-afternoon for men, when they start hitting middle age. Afternoon hours after you eat, it's like that lunch.
That was
thing,
interesting when I heard that report this morning that you were talking to that gentleman, Tom, about. I didn't realize that some people it takes a long time to like a couple of 3-4 days. I mean,
right.
Like Monday, we all come in here. We're all going to be all groggy on Monday.
Right.
There's no doubt about that. But then like Tuesday and Wednesday, people are still like.
Will you be more persnickety about it, though?
I'll be persnickety.
But we do it like sport every day, and we're up at 1, 2 in the morning. So
Yeah.
I imagine our bodies work a little differently. But still, that's an hour of sleep. I'm dreading it. Sunday.
It's good sleeping weather right now.
But here's the thing.
What?
We get the payoff is we get
More light.
more daylight, and we can hang out longer, play golf at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and get a quick 9 in. Well, not today, but when it actually gets warmer and feels more like spring. Winter is still here, guys, officially for another 10 days, as the spring equinox is not until Monday, March 20th. So we still have this winter to get through. I just stepped outside myself, and I was like, hey, it's snowing. And we are getting some video from folks in Catonsville. It's just a few flakes that are kind of flying from the middle and upper levels of the atmosphere. That is about it. We just remain snow-starved this winter season. And 40 degrees, that's your temperature right now at BWI. We've hung out in the 40s, so even if we get any kind of snow moving through, it is not going to stick because we are just too dry and too warm at the surface. You can actually see this on our HD radar still showing up as green, so it's still being picked up mainly as just some light rain showers with, again, a few flakes that you may see, especially as you go further to the west and up to the north as well. Frederick getting some good rain showers right now. Even some heavier rain moving right into the D.C. metro area at this time, while we have some snow farther to the north of us at this moment. Now, overall, this is that next weather maker, and you can see all the snow in parts of Pennsylvania back through the Great Lakes region, but we are not just getting in on that at all. In fact, you can see on our hourly future scan, next couple of hours, a few light showers moving right through the Baltimore region, taking you to about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Doesn't look very impressive. In fact, most of the models keep tapering off that rain. By the time we get to about 4 or 5 p.m., the heavier rain's going to roll in. You can see right there, watch those yellows and oranges right through Baltimore on the 95 corridor through about 5 and 6 p.m. So definitely a wet evening with that cold rain that'll be around before it moves out of here in the overnight hours. We're only going to be in the 40s for most of the day, so definitely colder than where we've been the last couple of days, and we keep that cloud cover around. So probably inside activities will be best for the afternoon. afternoon, and temps only in the low to mid 40s. Unfortunately, we don't really rise too much no matter where you go. Up and down the 95 corridor, staying in the 40s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., even down the ocean, looking at 47 there today. And check out what happens with our temperature tracker. We're going to get in this below average trend that's going to take us all the way through the weekend. Finally, by about Wednesday and Thursday, you'll start to see those 50s creep back in. But overall, our numbers are definitely going to be colder. Overnight lows into the 30s. Again, a few showers possible tomorrow morning, but windy for the afternoon. Sunday brings another round of showers, but not until late Sunday into Monday morning. That's going to be another weather maker that could impact our morning commute, actually, as opposed to what happened this morning. And then we do dry out by the later part of next week.
All right, well, she's a little distracted. It's time to meet our pet of the week from the Maryland SPCA. Lori Elsrode is here with the Maryland SPCA with today's pet of the week.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, I
So
think
cute.
Taylor's going to be taking Bryson home.
He really likes Taylor.
Yes, oh my goodness, he keeps coming. Oh, finally, you're going to give me a little attention.
Oh, yeah,
Probably because
toy.
I have his little toy right
Yeah.
here. Okay, so now this little guy, though, is going up for adoption at 1 o'clock today. Is that true?
Yes, this is Bryson. He's a 13-year-old Yorkshire Terrier.
He's 13. You look amazing,
Yes.
buddy.
He was surrendered.
Okay, he's a little excited.
He has a lot of energy. You would not know he is 13 years old by the amount of energy this guy has.
That's incredible. Okay, what about with pet friendly with any, do you know about any other pets in the house or maybe even little kids?
He has not lived with dogs or cats, but he gets excited when he sees dogs, and he has lived with children from the age of newborn to preteen. So he's very friendly, so I think any human he would love to be around. They said he had a couple accidents in the house, but overall, pretty potty trained.
That's
Typical
great.
for a small dog.
Very friendly,
Yeah.
very cute. Probably will not last very long.
No, I
Loves
don't think
Taylor.
so.
Probably will be going home with Taylor. Taylor, are you going to keep his name or change his name? Or I mean, he's 13.
Whoever
Bryson.
you want to be, Bryson. That's what he needs.
Lori
All right.
Elsrode, thank you so much for bringing in Bryson and presenting him to Taylor, so she's going to have her new pet now.
Yep.
You buy yourself an apartment, why not? It's perfect.
I know,
Perfect
but
size
1
dog.
o'clock at 1 o'clock at the SPCA, 3300 Fells Road. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Also, make sure
you.
you grab that umbrella if you are heading out to pick up Bryson or find out one of the other great dogs they have at the SPCA. It's a wet start to your weekend. Snow falling right now for some of you. Coming up, our Weather Authority team letting us know when we should expect the sunshine, though, to return.
All right, that's what it looks like outside. We've got a lot of cloud cover, chilly temperatures as well. Maybe a flake or two kind of flying around. But here's our 10-day forecast. 40s is what we're talking about. Basically, for at least the next 4 or 5 days, we are going to track a few more showers tomorrow morning. And then another round Sunday night into Monday. That's going to be kind of our next weather maker. So that could impact our Monday morning commute. But as we head toward the end of next week, notice those numbers are going up. That takes us into St. Patty's Day with warmer numbers for the final weekend of winter. Boy, I tell you, the little doggy is just doing his thing right there, huh?
He loves so adorable.
Do you see, though? There's other people coming in here.
Producers lining up.
Yeah. Because you want to.
Bryson's already gone.
Yeah, Bryson.
I'm just going to. Oh, he's just going over and taking it?
Oh, no.
Look at
Our
this,
producer
Manny.
said it's
That was
over.
it.
He's so cute.
Who let him in here? Oh, my God. All right, don't play past the dog. We'll have the latest forecast for you coming up on Fox 45 midday, and we'll maybe have a dog here or not. I don't know.
Maybe.
Have a great one.
We'll see you.
Good morning, buddy.
Good morning.